So can we have to the table, please, those who are going to speak to us about the train? Oh, we've got a public... Mr. Jackson, yes. Golly. We do have a public forum speaker for before we start on the train, Mr. Paul Jackson from Pounamu. So please come to the table. You have 5 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions. And you have to push your microphone to speak. And if someone else asks a question, you will have to re-push your microphone to restart. Do you have a presentation as well? Wonderful. Thank you. It's not on my screen yet.
Thank you, Honourable Mr Mayor, Honourable Councillors, Madam Chief Executive. Pounamu has spades of broad-based tourism experience, but also the specialised expertise required in rail tourism and in cruise ship tourism. We operate cruise ship day excursions in Picton, Littleton and Dunedin. In Dunedin, we are in our third year of a commercial relationship with DRL. In Littleton and Picton, we own the brands. We will operate on all cruise ship dates next season in Littleton, which has the same number of visits as Dunedin next year. However, cruise is declining, 30% this next year and 20% this year, 50% in 2 years. Whilst cruise is significant, the biggest part of our business by a long way is our inbound rail and coach multi-day tour business. We are a growing and profitable business and already have traction in this market. We have invested in rolling stock assets and have an agreement to bring these carriages into service this calendar year in this region. A snapshot of our proposal, which is on file for your reference. Our proposal to operate Dunedin Railways involves a contribution to Dunedin's visitor economy, which will be over 5,200 bed nights next season, growing to 6,880 bed nights in 3 years, in year 3, equating to a visitor spend of $5 million per annum. This is just from our multi-day tour business. This is what Dunedin needs more of, especially given the looming challenges with the stadium when Christchurch Stadium opens. As a base customer for Dunedin Railways, the success of the multi-day tours allows Pounamu to play a key role. Our business plan includes 190 charters per annum by year 3. That's 1 every 2 days. Think of what we can do on the back of that. CapEx. Over and above track and maintenance capital expenditure, there is no CapEx required as part of Pounamu's proposal. If DRL needs to return some carriages back into service, if DRL goes down the route of building a workshop, those are big ticket items. As part of our operating model, Pounamu's proposal is to take on the ongoing operational costs and risks. No more operational losses to the ratepayer. We will double the passenger capacity required to grow activities by introducing our fleet of carriages, and Pounamu will provide $5 million return to ratepayers over the 9-year period by way of a lease. On average, that's about $555K per annum, and that's more per annum net than any single year in memory in DRL's history. And it's every year for each of the 9 years. That's not something Pounamu takes lightly. There is real risk to us, and we do not have the benefit of our proposal, of council funding a loss if we get it wrong. There's no umbilical cord attached to Treasury. So any loss would come out of our profits from our other activities. So this is quite a commitment. The difference in net cost to the ratepayer could possibly range from $6 million to $23 million over the 9-year period. Is this risk acceptable to ratepayers, even at the lower end of the spectrum? DRL's proposal is to curb operational losses as soon as feasible, which we respect. However, this could take time to realise, if at all. Pounamu's proposal is a complete and immediate cessation of losses and a financial return to ratepayers by way of a lease. Is it a good use of resources for DRL to take another 12 months to work on forming a sustainable plan when Pounamu already provides one? Are councillors sure that the Pounamu proposal has been properly considered and that the risks of the DRL proposal have been fully understood? Should a competing proposal be reviewed by DRL execs who have a vested interest in their own proposal? Would councillors prefer to have control of a loss-making asset which could become a yoke around the neck of the ratepayer, or would councillors prefer to have the certainty of a return on an asset which remains in council ownership, but which is operated by an operator who carries the risk, adds value, adds economic impact, and has a clear vision for success? Our recommendation is for council to approve funding for track and maintenance. However, press pause on appointing the operator. Appoint a impartial subcommittee of councillors and the chair of Dunedin City Holdings to independently review the DRL proposal compared with the Pounamu proposal and then decide on the best operator. Thank you.
Thank you. So, are you happy to take questions?
Yep.
I imagine there'll be a few. I just had one to start. You've got these figures, which look very attractive from Pounamu's side, and from your, I suppose, statements of what you're going to do. In fact, you providing a guarantee that you'll be able to stick with those figures, or would you be posting a bond to guarantee that?
We would be prepared to enter into a commercial lease agreement for the $5 million, yes.
Very good. Thank you. And questions next? Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, Mr. Jackson. Thank you for coming in today, and thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to check how you arrived at the DRL figures.
Assuming that,
Just need to push your...
Thank you, Councillor. Assuming that track repairs and maintenance are between 10 and 20 million, based on engineers' reports, or up to 2 million a year. So I suppose over 9 years it could be 18 million. Operational losses, that's based on recent history and on our understanding of the numbers and our projections based on the proposed business model, and we would put those at around 1 million per annum. So 1 to 2 million per annum, which again is 1 to 18. Adding those up gives you the cost to the ratepayer.
So would it be fair to say there's some estimating involved in all of that from your expertise?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Just need to press the microphone when...
Sorry, yes, there's a range there. Well, we're saying even at the lower end of that range, there's quite a difference in the two proposals.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. Would you be able to provide the slides to councillors? And then I just wonder if you might be able to provide... oh, sorry, they're on the... Oh, okay, thank you. I just wonder where you got the $800 average daily spend from. I think it was about slide 7 or 8. I look at the Tourism New Zealand's median daily spend and it's $340. So I just wonder where the $800 comes from. Is that because people on a rail tour are spending $1,000 a day on the rail tour? Where does that come from?
Thank you, Councillor. That's from our own figures from our own tours. So that's what our tours spend per person per day when we come into Dunedin on our multi-day rail and coach tours.
So that's like the rail ticket plus the accommodation, the food, the retail. Okay, cool, thank you. And the other question, I was just wondering, when you're looking at the operational losses, just wondered if you're aware that pre-COVID that the Tauri Gorge Railway made a surplus 11 out of the 13 years. So I just wonder what you were basing the operational losses on. Is that the last 2 or 3 years of, I guess, operating under mothballing, or did you look back to the pre-COVID times?
Yeah, that's based on, I think overall there's an accumulated loss of $9 or $10 million in Dunedin Railways.
I'm just trying to figure out, so that when you say overall, is that over the last 30 years or is that over the last...
I'd have to check that, councillor. I think that's on the balance sheet. I think, councillor, there was 1 year where turnover was 8.7 million and EBITDA was around 600,000.
If you could just provide where you got those figures from, because I've got different figures taken from the annual report and I can't see where the turnover was at $8 million. I don't have that there. Okay, thank you.
That was going back pre-COVID.
If you could provide the figures, that would be great, because I've got all the figures from 2007 to 2019 from the annual reports that they've put in. So I just wonder where those figures come from. That would be useful. Thank you.
I will do, councillor, and that's also in Dunedin Railways report, which is attached to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Good morning and thank you. We've got a couple of questions in relation to the term sheet that you provided to us. And maybe you could just explain, in point number 3, you talk about a transfer of DRL OPEX from DRL to Panama and what it actually refers to. And the other question I've got is that you're saying that the DCC would be responsible for funding all the repairs and maintenance. And then you say this will include an apportionment of the cost of the services, including the staff required to conduct the repairs and maintenance work on the line at mutually agreeable rates. I'm just wondering what you're actually referring to in both those points, please.
Thanks, councillor. Speaking to the first point, Panama's proposal is to take on board all of the operational expenditure to run the asset, including the staff. And speaking to the second point, what we would do is apportion a percentage of the start as part of that $2 million track repairs and maintenance bill. So we would need some of the staff to do that. That would be part of that budget.
So if I can just clarify, will the current repairs and maintenance staff that are employed by DRL, are you saying that they would transfer to Panama and then effectively, this is probably not quite how it would work, but then DCC would then pay you for that? Is that how you're saying, as part of the 2 million?
Sorry, councillor. Yeah, we would take over the operation of Dunedin Railways, which includes all the staff, or as many staff as possible. And given that council would be funding the track repairs and maintenance in either scenario, whether it was with DRL, the current exec, or with Pounamu, that part of that budget would obviously be human resources. So we would make that team that we hire available towards that budget. Yeah.
Councillor Vandevers.
You're looking at a lease for, are we talking 9 years at this stage?
Yes, councillor. The proposal is for an initial term of 4 years, renewable for an additional 5 years, being 9 years in total, to align with the 9-year plan.
So it's kind of like a standard 5-year lease that you get to renegotiate every 5 years. And the rolling stock and current assets of DRL, how do you see those in your proposal, would we be just free to sell those because you have your own rolling stock, or are you interested in buying some of those as well?
We would include the assets as part of the lease, so council would still be the owner, the ultimate owner of the assets. We would lease the entire operation off council, including the assets. We would be responsible for maintaining those assets though. So the current rolling stock of DRL is ideal for going up the gorge, so we would focus those assets on going up the gorge. Our assets would run on the main line.
Right, so you'd be taking over the use of the line, you'd be taking over the assets, you would be ensuring that we no longer have a liability. We would get a $5 million lease return, and at the end of any lease period, during the lease, those rolling stock assets would be maintained by you, and the lease would specify that that was kind of all tickety-boo, not like what Toll did to us nationally. So what you're saying really is that you're giving us the opportunity of a $5 million return on something that we haven't had in the past, and we would still end up owning the track, maintenance and rolling stock. We would continue to maintain the track, and you would maintain the rolling stock.
That's absolutely correct. So, for example, of the track repairs and maintenance, it might be less than 20 million, as we know, because the engineers' reports do vary. But let's say it's 10 million, then that would be a 50% return on your track repairs and maintenance, which a lot of it is deferred, as we know. We may get to a stage where that's lower than we thought. If it was 20 million, then it would be a 25% return. Either way, that seems like a good certain bet for council.
I find it appealing to have a kind of investment that de-risks us and is conservative, which is the way it's looking. In terms of risk, though, how do we, is there a independent third party that could, for instance, decide whether or not appropriate maintenance had been taking place on the rolling stock? How would we, in the terms of the lease that you're thinking of, how would we be able to be assured that our current investment in rolling stock was maintained, for instance?
We could definitely make that part of the commercial agreement and involve an independent chartered engineer.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you interested in passenger rail at all, or is your commercial business solely excursion?
Yes, we are interested in passenger rail as well, absolutely. Part of that investment in those carriages, that's all about passenger rail for us.
So does that mean you would be interested in, say, for example, a daily commuter service from Mosgiel to Dunedin, for example, or something like that?
It's a different discipline when you're looking at public transport completely, but it is something we are interested in, yes.
Thank you. Have you got a working microphone there, or do you have another question? Are you finished with questions? Very good. Are there any other questions? Councillor O'Malley, do you have a question? Very good. Are there any questions? We appear to have none. Thank you. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
So now we welcome Ms. Rebecca Jenkins and Mr. Tim Lyon and Mr. haven't got it written. I haven't. Janice Auskowitz. Oh, that's an approximation. I haven't. It's not written on my agenda. So, to the chair. Thank you. Do you have an opening statement, preface and comments, Mr. Lane?
Surprisingly not. It's a council paper today, so we're here, I think, to answer questions, and I think we could probably just make a couple of comments around the operating performance of Dunedin Rail going forward, if you would like a Dunedin Rail perspective on that following the last presentation. So I might pass over to Adrian to just make some comments around that.
Okay.
I guess these are just comments of clarity, and I'm using sort of round numbers here, but simplistically Mr. Jackson was talking about making a $500,000 contribution to council, less the $2 million a year track maintenance that the council would need to keep contributing to, equals minus $1.5 million a year, right? So it's a $1.5 million locked-in cost to council over the 9 or 10 year period. That just to be clear around that. The second point of clarity, I guess, is Mr. Jackson, and in fairness to him, he doesn't have access to all the numbers, so he had to make them up, if you like. But the characterising the losses as between 1 and 2 million a year on an operating basis is inaccurate. The current year, which is on a COVID low, coming out of COVID lows, with some of the profitability around cruise going to Mr. Jackson's business, not to rail, we're projecting to lose at an operating level pre-track maintenance about $700,000, so not the 1 to 2 million a year that he talks about. And next year, based on our crude at this stage, I said to you last time, we haven't logged it all into a plan yet, but we're close at a break even. We're still making a small operating loss next year, but not much, maybe a couple of $100,000 or so. So we see us on an operating basis getting close to break even quite quickly. We see us getting to the sort of contribution that Mr. Jackson's offering in his proposal within sort of the 3 year period, and then better beyond as we grow our markets back. So it's not quite the 38 million versus 15 million numbers you've seen that from our perspective, but again, we haven't locked that into a plan yet. I guess the other open comment is everything Mr. Jackson says about the ability to grow this business is true. There is lots of opportunity, and the simplistic point that we're making is that we should be capturing that opportunity for us, not for a third-party private company. And if down the track council decided it doesn't want to own a rail and it wants to sell it, sell something that's profitable and you can make some money out of. Don't sell it when at the bottom of a COVID low when it's losing money. That's our view. And that's just, I'm an independent, I've got nothing in it except giving advice to council, and that's my view on it. I guess the other just...
Could I just ask you to pull that microphone stand a wee bit closer?
Sorry.
Yes.
And the only other one comment I'd make is that Mr. Jackson's core business in terms, as he described it, of taking the multi-day trips around the country as an inbound operator is a really successful business, and they bring about 1,800 people, I think, a year to Dunedin. At the trade salespeople that we have recently employed, talking to the other inbound operators that are also bringing about another 40,000 people a year to Dunedin, about re-engaging with them and their business. And it may be that one inbound operator wants to work with all the other inbound operators to bring them all to Dunedin, or it could be that one inbound operator uses the control of this business as leverage to advantage his business, which I would do if I was him. And I think that we just have to be a little bit careful about making sure that we access the whole of the market for Dunedin Inc., not sort of cut ourselves off from other operators. Now, I'm not saying Mr. Jackson would do that. He might he might have the broader sort of view of growing everybody's business in mind, altruistic and for the sake of Dunedin Inc., but you can't control that once you've put a lease in place. So I guess that's my only other observation.
Very good. We have questions. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What do you think's changed between prior to COVID and our operations and now?
Can you just clarify that question? Are you saying, the obvious has changed. We had COVID and all the customers went away, right? The customers are coming back. In New Zealand, where I think we're back to 75% of pre-COVID numbers back to New Zealand now, but not to Dunedin Rail. I mean, we were in hibernation. We turned ourselves off to the markets, whereas all other tourism operators in the country are 2 years back into that process of rebuilding and are most of the way there. Dunedin Rail's not. I think we're a year or two behind everybody, or a couple of years behind everybody else. So we've got some catching up to do. So that's changed. I think. But are you also asking what's changed as to why we would be more profitable now than we were before?
Yes, so what I'm wondering is, what do you think would make, because previously we've been doing okay but not amazing, what do you think is the turnaround that you think we can now be really successful?
Lots of things, but two high-level comments. Your average trip price pre-COVID was about $80 or $90, I think. So 100,000 people, 8.7 million revenue, approximately $80, $90 per head. We're charging $149 for the Taieri Gorge product today. So price is a factor. We've had inflation in tourism generally, so we have a leverage point there. So I don't think we'll get the 100,000 volume back immediately, but we'll get some yield. And the other key thing is that the number of people that were employed to service the business pre-COVID doesn't seem to be the number that we require going forward. We think we can do it on a much leaner cost base. And so, we haven't done our detailed modelling. We've done broad-based big picture modelling, but the big picture modelling saying this business can actually make money. And look, to Mr. Jackson's credit, he recognises that. That's why he wants the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert. And then we have Councillors Deputy Mayor Lucas and Councillor Walker.
Thank you. You missed another big adjustment that's changed. That's the addition of yourself and Ms. Jenkins. And through conversations, at least the confidence level that I have has skyrocketed. My curiosity is, you have spoken in the past about divesting away from the main focus being on cruise ships, for example. But that being said, how important will cruise ship passengers be, or that cruise ship market be, on at least coming out before the FIT market really captures onto it and we get the inbounders?
It's really important at the moment because you're not really accessing lots of other markets. But our high-level assumptions are that cruise will drop by 20% next year. That's what the market is saying. Whether that transpires, I'm not sure. It will be less important as we change the mix, but it's always going to be important. It's always a key chunk of the business. There's 20-odd thousand people. If that becomes 15, it's still an important 15. There's 12 or 13,000 people using the rail trail at the moment, which we're not accessing, which is important. There's a percentage of the 40 or 50,000 trade customers that are coming into Dunedin that we will hopefully grab, which will be important, and there will be FITs that are important. The free independent travellers. So we'll change the mix over time, but in the meantime, cruise is important. And if we can capture all of the margin out of cruise, then that's good.
I need to be careful on how I ask this next question, and it's probably to you, Mr. Lone. That then being said about the importance of the cruise market, The ODT towards the end of last year, December in fact I think it was, highlighted some concerns that some of the cruise companies have with some of the operation that is happening at the moment, or was certainly at that point. Is there anything you can say about that in terms of how we can mitigate that issue, whether that is still an issue, and what impact it might have if the likes of, for example, Royal Caribbean or Caribbean, depending on what school you're into, Cruises and Celebrity Edge, for example, were to, who made the particular comment, were to kind of go done with dealing with this particular provider?
Yeah, look, I'll make a very high level comment, but I think the team here can probably answer far more eloquently than I can. No stone is being left unturned in terms of the service, and it's a little bit like the discussion we had previously with DVML. We've got fresh eyes in the business, and they're looking at customer feedback. They've got a new team on board. They've already changed the catering for DRL with amazing feedback coming through from that. So all of these issues are being taken very seriously at the moment. The interaction with cruise companies hasn't, up until now, has not been done directly by DRL. It's been done via another party. DRL are now taking that opportunity to interact directly with the cruise companies, and as you said yourself, your confidence levels have increased, and so too the confidence levels with the cruise companies, given the new relationships in place. But Rebecca or Adrian, did you want to make a comment?
Sorry, just to jump in, we have been having, or I have been having quite a few conversations with various tourism operators. It's fair to say they're ecstatic that it sounds like the Torrey Gorge train is coming back, and ecstatic to be able to be dealing with us direct.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I guess as councillors we've had the benefit, this is the second time we've got to hear from you, and further to Councillor Houlihan's question about the confidence in terms of being able to turn a profit in a relatively short period of time. But there are a number of people who suggest that a better use of the track would be a cycleway, and that would provide a better economic benefit to the city rather than the Torrey Gorge Railway. Would you like to comment on about the economic benefit of the operating as a track?
I guess cyclists and people who want to do train trips can be the same people, and they can be a different demographic as well. We'd like to capture both. I know Rebecca's had meetings already with the Rail Trust, who are super excited about the idea of us being able to reconnect with those 12 or 13,000 people that are coming through to Middlemarch, and so we absolutely want to work out the best way to do that. So I guess what we're seeing is that by having the Torrey Gorge trip in place, that we're going to be making the cycle product better than it is currently. It's not mutually exclusive. They can work together to meet the needs of cyclists as well as the needs of people who like to do train journeys. So I think it's just a matter of us working with the community to work out the best way to do that.
Yes, I would agree. That's probably our point of difference, is that you can, have the train and also ride your bike.
Sorry, can I just add that what's sort of weird about this business to me is that you have this incredibly strong brand that's been asleep for many years, and as Rebecca and the trade salesperson we've employed are re-engaging with the market, they're just going, "Oh my God, I am so glad you're back." I mean, yeah, it's not. You don't often get businesses where people are begging you to give them your product, right? They love the product. The customer survey stuff's really positive. We just have to re-engage with this market.
I agree. Rebecca, no, sorry.
I was just going to, that just made me smile. I was speaking with our trade trade sales lady just a couple of days ago, and she said to me, she's dealing with a tourism operator at the moment, and she said to me, usually she's the one wooing the clients. However, at the moment, all these suppliers are wooing her. They're desperate to get back on the train, so really positive.
That's fantastic to hear. My other question, and it's referenced to in the report, is your relationship with the Tago Excursion Train Trust, who obviously have, exceedingly long history with Torrey Rail. So just wondering where your conversations are at in terms of engaging with them.
So I have had a couple of different conversations with OETT, really positive. I've left it with them basically to see how they want to work with DRL. Everything's positive about that relationship. They're really stoked that DRL are back up and running and that they've got the opportunity to work with us. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Very encouraging conversation here. 3 questions, I think. First one is around the money, of course, and we're all charged with being responsible for ratepayers' funds, and I think you mentioned 700k circa lost this year, 200 next year, then moving into break even. I presume, looking more at the glass half full, if we do engage, I think you talked with that potential 40,000 people to get them inbound. I think your words were inbound 40,000 customers. There's no reason why we can't be looking at beyond break even into really positive territory.
We absolutely think we get into positive territory. The thing we're unsure about is timing. So the trade, if you're talking about tour groups coming through, they work usually 1 or 2 years in advance on their programs. So we're talking to all of them. They're all keen to re-engage. Some of them are saying, "Oh, we're already locked in for this period, so we can't do anything before then, but we can the following year." So there's going to be some timing issues around how quickly that business comes back. And because we don't have that all locked in, we're not sure how quickly we can move to positive until we've kind of got contracts in place and we know when the volume's coming and start to lock it in. That's the real uncertainty for us at the moment. But the demand's there. It's just a question of how quickly we can bring it back on board.
Okay, and it sort of segues into my second question about expanding that market. It goes, I don't know who asked about the cruise market. But any business strategically is unwise to base its income on one source. So obviously strategy business 101, it suggests that the accrued benefits of expanding that market in the long term are obvious, yeah?
So the Taieri Gorge is the cornerstone product. The charter work we do for people like Mr. Jackson and others who have approached us to do similar charter work is an important part of the business. And then some of the other products like the coastal product and the Seasider and the Victorian make a contribution, but it's not as significant. So I think the strategy in the short term is not going to be to get tricky and complicated with product. We're just going to do what we know the market wants and do it well and get the market back on board and get this thing generating some cash, etc. And then we have some kind of cute ideas we're throwing around product extensions and product development and new opportunities, which will be phase 2. But at the moment it's just doing the basics well. That's all we need to do.
And finally, my being the mad cyclist around the table, and my dream has always been a win-win for the train and the cycle linkages, and I think you said keep things simple, but I presume you're not going to underestimate the potential. I think the Deputy Mayor touched on it, the potential for the beautiful selling point that we have here in terms of bike, train, cycle. And I ask that question as somebody who cycles most of the trails in this country. I'm excited about that extra little jewel in the crown of being able to get on my bike 5 days, get off, sit my bum down, have a beer, have something to eat, and get back on my bike at the end. So I presume you're not going to underestimate the potential here to link in. You're all nodding in a very positive way.
No, and without sort of getting too much into the detail, and this is stuff that we need to talk to the Rail Trust about. is 12,000 people a year. If the expectation is a daily service, you'll be losing a lot of money. So we have to get smart about how we do that, how we leverage that potential market with our existing market and make it incremental volume on our trains, not separate trips. So there's some tricky stuff to work around, logistics around that, but we are committed to finding the right way forward.
Sorry. I mean, I think you allude to it in the papers here, but there's no reason why on 5 days a week in the summer at 2 p.m, as long as you booked in advance, you're guaranteed a spot on the train. Correct? And again, don't underestimate how much money cyclists will be willing to pay to do that.
Well, the devil will be in the detail. Yeah.
Right. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. I think when we voted to put it in hibernation, we didn't expect it to go into an induced coma, which is that's kind. Janine Benson used to be a Kiwi Rail, and she's now head of transport. And when she was at Kiwi Rail, they used to hire the DJs for ballast trains during the winter, and she actually said that DRL charged too little for the trains even. Is that still going on? Is that still an opportunity for extra income?
It kind of depends on what it looks like for us in terms of delivering our product. We've only got 4 DJs in service at the moment, which we need to utilise to go up the Torre Gorge and for the rest of our products. So it sort of depends what it looks like going forward in terms of being able to lease those out or have others utilise those.
What the arrangement was, but it seemed to be relatively straightforward, and it was, top of my head, it was like $250,000. It was quite a chunk of money. Yeah, it was a lot of money. It wasn't a few bucks. That was I'm like, shit, I could buy one of those and pay them off in a year with the Kugoa contract. It's quite a large contract.
Part of the whole ramp-up thing that we haven't sort of touched on is the operational constraints around that as well. People, skills, capacity, and so that's going to take time, and every business that I have that's been going through this ramp-up phase, that's been a real strain on the business, that people leave and they get other jobs and they don't, and your train driver's not around. That was there pre-COVID, etc. So that so as we regrow the business, we're going to have to try and add that capacity, and the ability to do lots of other things for other people may be constrained because we might need all our resources focused in on the few things that we are choosing to focus on.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
How soon do you anticipate we may be able to get trains going right through to middle March? Have you got any idea at all?
It's $1 million question, isn't it?
About $1 million.
Yeah, it's we've estimated the track between Pukerangi and Middlemarch to be about a $600,000 project, and it is something that we haven't, while we've been on hibernation, haven't been looking at. It is safe enough to drive our work trains and our high rail vehicles on at the moment, but it is not safe enough for passengers to be on the trains. We have had a bit of a talk about it. We think it would be more of a 2-year, this is without doing any of the work, but it would be a 2-year project just based on our current resourcing.
Just to add to that comment, but it doesn't mean we can't start servicing that market in the meantime while we rebuild the track and find a way to get there by rail. So we can start to reconnect with that market, and it might have to be another means of transport to do that last piece. And as we rebuild the market and then get the train going, it's kind of sitting there ready to just transition across to a train service. So we don't understand the detail. We haven't spoken about that detail with the Rail Trust yet, but we just have to work out a plan for how we get something going with that part of Dunedin region.
Do you see any possibility of still working with inbound operators doing tours like Pounamu and having a win-win? Pounamu obviously would like to run it themselves, but as a second option, can you foresee a situation where you can make it profitable enough for them to actually get the track used?
We will continue to charter trains to operators like Pounamu that want to carry passengers. If they do this current product, yes. Whether we can, whether we want to set up a competitor to ourselves on, for example, the Taieri Gorge Railway, I doubt. But where it pays and it makes sense for us to allocate capacity to a third-party operator, then we'll do it if there's better money in it than running something ourselves. But with constrained capacity, we'll just make that commercial decision based on where the best opportunity is.
I was really enchanted with the idea of people being able to take the train up to Middlemarch, and for Middlemarch community then to have the singles ball and other such things. I understand that there's issues with that, especially regarding safety. Once you get them liquored up in Middlemarch, you can't then put them on a train back. Have you got any other ways of dealing with that kind of health and safety aspect? Have you considered the possibility, and I've mentioned this before, of a totally new kind of business where you take whitewater rafters some way up the Taieri and they come back in a canoe? What I'm just sort of throwing it out there that to me a lot of the real benefit for us would be in these other ancillary developments that hopefully would come in time.
I love the idea of using the core infrastructure as a leveraging point for other products, and it may be that the metaphorical rafting operator is not us, but we're leveraging the resource that we've got in any way we can. I mean, I think that's a super exciting opportunity if we can grow a whole bunch of small businesses off the base of ours.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for addressing a question I had to Pounamu around the figures. I presume they didn't have access to everything, so that was helpful. And also thank you for the feedback around the operators. It speaks to our decision making around the hibernation and then growing it back slowly. Although there's been certain frustration in that, it's great to hear that feedback now. Rebecca, thank you for the experience we had on travelling the train. It's certainly nothing like going and doing again to get experience. And I have some questions around the visitor experience, because you've certainly lifted the product tremendously, and I think of the food and beverage offerings have improved. But I wondered how you were getting on with a couple of things, and this is detail, but it's really important for the experience. And one of those was the challenges, the Wi-Fi challenges around payment, which was very clunky for your visitors and for your caterers. How is that going, those details going? Are we making progress in that area?
Yes, that is challenging for everybody. I guess our focus, we have had other priorities, and that has become something that isn't quite a focus for us. We have left that with Precinct to work through. I believe they've made slight improvements with that, but that's something that ultimately they need to be working through at their end.
Fair enough. Thank you. It's good to hear that there's movement. Also around the cultural narrative, is there some progress around that?
Yes. So obviously our commentary is new, and we have included Māori history, Chinese history. It's quite different from what we did have. There hasn't been a whole lot of a further push on the commentary. Like I say, that the lady that's been looking after that area, she's had other priorities just at the moment, but it is certainly on our radar to look at.
In work progress. And thirdly, the certainty of booking. And so I was astonished to find an overseas visitor who was planning a trip here. First thing they asked about, when you ask your visitors what would you like to do, first thing was the train. And the problem when I looked up was having any kind of certainty for those individual bookings from afar. And that's been kind of covered in some of the things you've said, but I'm assuming that that's on your mind, because here we've had this world-class train trip, and it's very much a fashion right now when people are travelling to go on a train trip. You're cognizant of that, I'm assuming, in terms of the certainty of booking for those individuals, the free independent travellers.
That has been a comment that has come out of every single tour operator's mouth that we have worked with, yes, and we are looking to have regular days and have a summer season and a winter season.
And communicating that really clearly when you get to that point. Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question for Mr. Lyon, because you're here supporting the train, but also here as the chair of DCHL, in charge of all of our investments. So do you see that there's money on the table to be made by the train, and that we should be, I'm simplifying it a lot, and then we should be the people to have the benefit of that money?
Yeah, I think there's a bigger picture. The train is as I said, and I'm whilst Dunedin's always been a big part of my life, I'm a relative newcomer to Dunedin, but the train is a key asset for Dunedin, and it's part of Dunedin. And as far as I'm aware, we're one of the very few small cities in the world that can offer a train experience to visitors. So to me, it's a little bit like the discussion we have had around the economic impact to the city. I see it as very much falling in that camp. Whether we get to a point where the overall operation is profitable, I can't make that commitment. That's including the track maintenance. What we're committed to at this point in time is getting it to a break even, excluding the track maintenance costs, and then getting it to a point where we are contributing to the track maintenance costs, so making an additional contribution towards that. So my assumption is that we will be in a position where that is able to happen during this 9-year period, and that the return to the city overall, including the economic benefit, is much greater by Dunedin City holding on to that asset and controlling that asset rather than giving it to somebody else.
Adrian, I just want to ask you about the number of years of experience you've had in the tourism industry and the number of tourism businesses you're involved with. I think that maybe there were some councillors absent from when you talked about how much you knew about tourism. Maybe that's a long...
I know what I don't know. I started working in tourism about 24 years ago. I was the chief executive for Shotover Jet Group, which was a publicly listed company at the time. We had about 9 tourism businesses around the country, 400 staff that I looked after. And after I finished there, I started investing in my own businesses. So we have glacier guiding businesses in Fox Glacier in Mount Cook, and a ziplining business in Rotorua, and a cruise ship business and a canyoning business and a ski rental business in Queenstown. And so we're invested in a bunch of different tourism things, and I have people like Rebecca who are running those businesses, and I sit on the boards of those businesses, and I'm involved every day, so it's kind of what I do.
So does in your, I guess, opinion, and thank you for coming on board and looking at the Tauri Gorge Dunedin railways, in your opinion, if we, I guess this is an opinion thing, we've got the Pounamu looking at that, do you think that there's money on the table that is better coming direct to the city rather than to I guess adding another layer in between the city and the inbound operators? And would that, I'll ask that question first and then I'll ask the next question.
I'll answer that in a couple of ways. When I first had a look here, I sort of put my investor's hat on and said, well, you never sell a business at the bottom, right? So if you're looking to dispose of this, don't do it now, do it when you've got it back on its feet. Intuitively, it felt to me like there was an opportunity here, and a non-specific intuition, because it's a strong brand. It's been absent from the market. People are begging for it. Surely you can make some money. I got a little bit nervous when I looked at the historical financials and saw that on 9 million revenue and 100,000 people, it was only making 600 grand a year. But then when we started to dissect that a little bit, you sort of realise, well, hang on, that was on a price of $90 a head, not 140. That was based on a staff level of X, and it's now Y. There's a bunch of things that have changed around that. So intuitively, again, it felt like there probably was something in it. And when I spoke to staff in the business, they were saying we were way overstaffed and we had people that didn't need to be here and whatever. So that felt quite good, and Rebecca and I have just started to crunch some super high level rough as guts numbers, and those numbers are supporting our intuition, which is that there probably is some money in this. But the track maintenance is always going to be the drag, because it's a big chunk of asset that you need to maintain, and you're running quite a small business on it. So as we refine those numbers in the next few months and sort of present a plan going forward, I think we'll have a stronger feel for the detail. But at the moment, it feels okay to me.
And my next question is just about layers of travel agents, shall we call it? So if a cruise passenger is buying a ticket, they're buying it from, I guess, the ground agent, and then there's, or is it the inbound agent, and then there's Punamu, and then there's Dunedin Railways. So is having another operator in there adding another layer of someone clipping the ticket along the way and thus increasing the prices for the cruise passengers?
The pricing for the cruise passengers is a really odd one, right? If you ask a Dunedin local, $90 for that trip is too much. And then, but the cruise passengers are really happily paying $199 to Mr. Jackson for that trip. But if the cruise passenger buys that product on board, they could be paying $300 or $500 for that product. So $199 relative to $500 seems like a bargain, so they're happy to pay it. But are they happy to? If you take cruise aside, is $199 an okay product for the business? So we don't know the answer to that yet. We have taken a stab in the dark and said $90. We're going to continue to charge, I think it's $99 to locals, but for the FIT international passenger, we're going to charge $149. That is absolutely a stab in the dark for this year. In a few months' time, once that pricing's been in the market for a little while, we will get some research done to find out what the customer's perception about that is. Can it be $199? Does it need to be $129? We're not quite sure. We'll find out. The question about people taking a margin along the way, our understanding is that currently in the cruise business, there's about a 20% margin being made on that business by the contractor. And so 20% on, $800,000 is worth grabbing. Yeah.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lone has said whether we get to the point where the overall operations is profitable, we cannot guarantee that. But we can guarantee that we think we'll break even. Is that fair to say? Is that what you said before, Mr. Lone?
Can't quite recall what I specifically said before, but what I was meaning was that when we put track costs to one side, we are committed to getting the rest of the operation to break even as soon as possible. We're working on the plan for that, but based on comments that have been made by my learned colleagues to the left, they're indicating that will be in the 2 to 3 year period, and then moving very quickly beyond that to providing a contribution towards the cost of track.
The problem we have at the moment is, as you'll be aware, we're sitting on a 17.5% rate increase, and we've got members of the public who are not happy about that. And
quick point of order. it was 9.95, the rates increase that we're talking about for the LTP just right now.
We're on a 17.5 at the moment. Well, last year, okay, so last year's rate increase was 17.5 and people are hurting from that. I'm getting to the point, I've got a question here, is that people are saying to us, why are you putting, some people, opponents, why are you putting money into rail? And then, of course, when a private provider's come along and said they'll pay money, they're saying, oh, well, look, take that money. So what would you say to those people?
I get the first level thinking around that. It is losing money. Why am I paying for it? But that's not the question before the council. The question is, we have an existing asset. It brings economic benefit to the city. It is burning some cash at the moment, but it's still bringing some economic benefit to the city other than the cash that it's burning. If I continue to invest in this business, will it bring more economic benefit, and will it burn less cash in the future? And overall, is that going to be a good decision or not? That's the question, right? And you're saying, can you guarantee it? And I'm saying, no, you can't guarantee anything, but the bet that we're making is that this feels like the right thing to do, right? Long term, this is the right thing to do. You minimise the cash burn in this business, maybe even get it making a bit of a contribution, but if it brings a whole bunch of benefit to the city as a result, being a cornerstone product, being a reason why people visit Dunedin, being a reason they go to restaurants and hotels and whatever, then it makes sense. And it would be much easier for you all to make that decision if you had concrete guaranteed numbers in front of you, but investment doesn't work like that. You have to take a bit of a risk, and you've got to just ask yourselves, in my gut, does this feel like the right thing to do? And if it does, then we go and we give it a go. We always have the opportunity, remember, in a couple of years' time to come back to this and say, my God, we made a terrible decision, this is a disaster, we might have to readdress it again. Or is it tracking in the right direction? Is this what we expected to happen? And I guess that's what you're asking us to do, is to give you a picture of what it's going to look like going forward, give you confidence that we think we can get there, and then watch us and we track it and see if we are delivering what we said we could deliver. And if we're not, we come back and address it. And we'll be the first ones to raise our hands and say, you know what, I think this is impossible, if that turns out to be the case. But I don't think it is.
So, because Punama, Mr. Jackson, sat here where you heard him and said he's guaranteeing a certain amount each year to the city. How do you, comparing that then?
Well, that's a little bit disingenuous. He's guaranteeing for you to lock in a $1.5 million loss every year. And the question you've got to ask yourselves is, do we back ourselves to do better than that? As they're not brilliant options. I mean, it's either lock in a guaranteed $1.5 million. And don't forget, at the end of that 9-year period, once you've locked in that $1.5 million loss, you have completely lost control of an asset, which if you then take it back under your control, what's left? If I'm losing a whole bunch of money as the contractor that's taken on that lease, I can guarantee you I won't be investing in your rolling stock and your tracks and spending a whole lot of my money digging my hole deeper before I give up the lease. I'll just be abandoning it, let it rot. I'm not saying he'll do that, because he might make it really successful and make it work. But if he can make it work, then just make sure you employ the right people in DRL to make it work.
Councillor Gilbert and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Not wanting to drag this out for too long, but I think it's a really interesting topic. We've spoken, all of this has been around the train. Very little has been around the train station, and going through there quite a lot. It is lively at times, with people coming off buses or walking down or whatever to go through, take photos of the second most photographed building in the Southern Hemisphere behind the Sydney Opera House. Everybody says that in the least. And the floor. But other than that, there's really no life there. Can you speak to any plans or what this might do for it, whether it's going to bring more, so with the exception of Cobb & Co and the arts, etc., there's no real oomph there. Can you speak to any changes?
We agree with you. We have no mandate over the railway station at the moment. It's not in our remit. We would love to have conversations with the people that do about how we can work together to try and make that happen. I think life in that building is good for the city, and it's also good for DRL.
Councillor Walker, and then Councillor O'Malley. So, Councillor Walker, Councillor O'Malley.
I'm going to the other end of the line now then. Middlemarch, and I'm on the Waikato Coast Community Board, and I saw the way Waitati did a really good community response to the train when it arrived there, and I do note that Middlemarch still doesn't seem to have its act together. But is there any communication with people like the Community Board and that up there about the tourism offer when the train gets there?
We've just really kicked off those conversations. So I've been speaking with Richard Emerson. I've been speaking with Colin at the Rail Trail Trust, and I've had a conversation with, I think he's a marketing exec at Central Otago District.
I've had really positive conversations with Barry Williams at the Community Board, and I'm actually going up to their next Community Board meeting to continue a conversation with the board.
That's ongoing and will turn into something. Yeah, cool, excellent.
Sorry, I'll just add to that. We being myself and there's about 5 or 6 people within that Middlemarch community are organising, having a bit of a roundtable conversation about what that needs to look like in terms of from our point of view and theirs.
All right. I don't have anyone else on the list for a question. Do we have any more questions? It appears not. Well,
sorry, not a question. No, not a question. I just wanted to follow up on the previous comment around the railway station. So that is relatively high on your agenda, isn't it, Rebecca, in terms of injecting life back into the railway station? So those conversations are occurring. Whilst DRL doesn't have a mandate for the building itself, they are equally keen to see that life injected back into the building. So.
Wonderful.
Is there a conversation going between our property and DRL? Yeah.
Yes.
It will be, but we thought it was important for this conversation to happen with Council first.
Yep. Okay, so I think we've covered the questions. So, Mr. Lone, Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Januszkiewicz, getting closer. Thank you very much for coming along and speaking with us today. It's very helpful. All right, so at this point, we have a resolution which is in the papers to revoke a previous resolution, which, as you can read, revoke the direction to staff to prepare an options assessment of rail, cycling and walking, and also direct DCHL to continue to fund $2 million per annum to DRL to fund the renewals. Up to $2 million, yes. I said up to, yes. And notes that the dividend from DCHL will be reduced by $2 million for 2 years. But obviously, you have heard from the group, and in particular from Mr. Jankovic, that they are positive and, of course, optimistic about getting to a point of break-even, not only of the operational costs quite early, but the repairs and maintenance of the track within the 9-year plan. So there we have it. Come back. You happy to move that? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mayhew. All right, so would you like to speak to it, Mr. Councillor Ackland?
Very briefly, to me, the train right through to Middlemarch is a no-brainer for the city. It is a fantastic attraction. It's been there for a long time. As part of the, as a member of the community, well, not a member of the community board, but a part of the community board per se at Strathari, I know that the sentiment in Middlemarch is to get that train going back up to Middlemarch so that they can actually start delivering some of the things that they used to deliver. Exactly how that's done, not quite sure yet. But the singles dance, and as Councillor Vandiver said, how do you get them back because they're all too drunk? Maybe you just give them sleeping bags. I'm not sure. Sleeping bags in a pile of hay. But the reality is that Middlemarch needs that train to be going there to help revitalise the area, and I honestly think that keeping this in-house and allowing for, I would say, the experts who we've heard from today do their job, which I know that they'll do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers. We had Councillor Barker, then Councillor Walker, Gary, Gilbert. Hang on, I'll just have to make note of those. We'll start with Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've always supported us to retain the train because of its huge contribution to the tourism industry, the huge economic impact, and our city pride and our unique attraction. And when we've struggled through the last number of years with all of the impacts of COVID, we have absolutely know that we have the community behind us on retaining the train for all of the benefits. A lot of it is because people are very proud of it. There's been some talk about it losing all that money, but and that's why I question the figures of Pounamu, because we know that 11 out of the 13 years it actually made a profit, and some years it wasn't a huge profit, but it still made a profit. So I think that we need to be very clear on that. When people are looking at the figures and going, oh well, over the last 2 years we're subsidising it by X and Y and Z, those are very challenging times, and I think that we have to also look at a lot of that money was going towards, I think it's about $900,000 in the last year has gone towards that track maintenance. So those things about subsidising cruise passengers, etc., are not quite on target. So I also support maintaining the train, and I support keeping control inside the DCC, not leasing out to a private out-of-town operator, especially giving one a monopoly over our train service. I've vast experience in the tourism industry dealing with inbound tour operators, and I have spent a lot of time, I guess, marketing the train decades ago before we had Tourism Dunedin, and it was always something that excited the inbound operators. You can't sell the sausage without the sizzle, and the train and our key attractions, our heritage attractions, are that sizzle that make a huge difference. And when we talk about the economic benefit to the city, we had an economic analysis 4 years ago, and it showed that for every $1 spent on a train ticket, another $2.50 extra gets spent in the city. So for every $100 on a train ticket, there's $250 that's spent accommodation, retail, drinks, that kind of stuff. So the economic analysis showed that the train was worth $24 million a year to the city. The economic analysis wasn't amazing because it was based on 80,000 passengers, so it's actually closer to $30 million impact, and those figures are actually 4 years old. So when we consider what we're investing in the train, we need to also consider the huge economic impact that it has, and also the impact that it has on the city brand in Dunedin as a key destination. It's just vital to get full services running up to the train, and also I agree with Councillor Vandervis to get it running to Middlemarch. And with that hat on, as part of the Dunedin Heritage Fund, we've also invested some of the money in I call it the Platypus Museum, but I think it's the Middlemarch Museum, to make sure that is support for that outlying region to actually create visitor attractions for people to read. To people to visit. I also think about the comments that we heard, a strong brand that's been asleep for a number of years, a business where customers are begging for you. That is just something that is gold, and I think that the gold needs to stay within council. When we look at the huge experience, and we're very, very lucky to have Adrian and Rebecca coming into the train. I have utmost confidence in them. I've looked at their experience. I've heard their very careful analysis of how the train could do a whole lot better, and also listen to the fact that they think it could break even very soon, and that there is a lot of money on the table, and we should be keeping that money in-house. I know we've looked at cycling as an option. I think that Councillor Walker has asked questions around keeping that the cyclists can go on the train, and I've always supported that. It is a key link through to the Otago Central Rail Trail, and it has been a missing link for a number of years, so I think it's really important to support that. I also took on board about working with the Otago Excursion Train Trust, who've been huge supporters of the train since the train was launched in 1987. Council's invested so many millions of dollars and all of those volunteer hours from all of our community. So I think it's really, really important that we do look after the train. I agree with the with going forward with the Dunedin venues model as well, and I thank them for all of their work on this project.
So next I've got Councillor Walker, followed by Councillors Gary, Lucas, Gilbert, Vandervis and Mayhem. Any others? Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Cool, we're never going to get to lunch, are we? Thanks, Councillor Barker. That was a great overview, and I won't add too much more to it. I think you used the word gold. I'll use another word that I used actually when I moved here 23 years ago, and that's iconic. I think not only the railway station there, but the Tyree Gorge Railway itself is absolutely iconic and sits at the centre of what makes this city this city. And I think, as Mr. Lone alluded to earlier, and I think he said we are one of the few small cities in the world that thankfully can offer an iconic railway experience, and that should never ever be underestimated. Because if we got rid of it, it ain't ever coming back. Also, I think it's worth mentioning as well, tourism's really complicated. I used to work in tourism a long, long time ago, back in the 80s in the UK, and now I'm lucky because I'm on the other side of tourism. I do lots of it. I'm very, very privileged and very lucky that I can. And you shouldn't underestimate the value of having something somewhere as part of a decision-making mantra. And my wife and I, and probably me more than my wife, are very guilty of choosing to go somewhere on this planet because it has lots of things. The weird thing is we often go to those places and never do any of the things that attracted us in the first place, but it's really part of that embedded decision-making process. And the train is like that for me in Dunedin. A lot of people will come here because we have it and it's in the imagery and our marketing, but they might not ever go on it, but hopefully they will. But just remember that it's very complicated, but I've always argued that if we start getting rid of little bits of the package of things that make people come here, ultimately we suffer and pay the price for doing that. In questions earlier, I alluded importantly, as we all should, to the fact that we raise and spend ratepayers' money in this city. So part of our decision-making process around this should be around the economic costs and benefits. And I was encouraged, and we haven't had a full, pure analysis presented to us, but I'm fairly confident that somewhere in the next few years, these losses will be reduced. Hopefully they'll be reduced to break even, and let's hope if we do things correctly and sell this appropriately and get the product and the package right, that we can then move into making a profit with this incredible asset. And there's no reason why we shouldn't, and I'm fairly confident with the people behind me here and them themselves and the team you may employ in the future will get stronger, and we'll do that. Also, I think it is really strategically wise. I mean, I boringly tell people here that I invest my money in companies, and I always have been nervous about investing money in businesses that depend on very limited markets. So I've always been a wee bit nervous of the cruise market. It's an important part of the market, but it's really important we dilute that and move beyond that market and make sure the income comes from multiple sources, for no other reason that we're insulated against potential effects to that one particular market. Who knows? That market may grow exponentially, and then we'll benefit from that as well. But let's make sure we're expanding into as many different markets as possible to sell this product into. Briefly alluded to the station. I think there's great opportunity to make this station a far more vibrant, living part of the product. Let's not underestimate the tremendous value of this building that we just take for granted. And every time I bring visitors to the city, they are blown away by the Dunedin railway station. It is fantastic, and it should be part of that package, and we should start extracting income for the city from that package. And I've only got 34 seconds to talk about my baby, and that's the opportunities to link in the cycling package. Cycling, whether you like it or not, whether you love it or not, it's growing exponentially, it'll keep growing. The cycling community has got lots of money. It's not a bunch of hippies who have got a rusty old bike. It's a lot of rich oldies, actually, who have got electric bikes they spent far too much money for, who have got heaps of disposable income. Yeah, I'm looking, Mr. Mayor. So let's not underestimate the opportunities and make sure that the rail package links into that market. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd suggest that see if we can beat Councillor Walker's time and also avoid any repetition. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Walker. I go back to when we made the really difficult decision to hibernate the train in those dark days of COVID, and I feel really satisfied with that decision. It was a really difficult one, a huge temptation to sell along the way, and we made the right decision. And during that time, it was really difficult to know. But what you've told us today about the market clamouring for the product to come back gives me great heart. So thank you for the feedback. The train certainly is part of the Dunedin brand, and internationals know about it. And I recall my time as a tour guide where large groups of cruise ship passengers would come in from the train, and it was a highlight of their visit. I like to think my tour was a highlight of their visit, but it was a highlight of their visit to Dunedin, and they would rave about it. And we just need to make sure that we have that capability to include the free independent travellers. I love the concept of a diversity of products, and it is, Councillor Walker's not wrong, diversifying our markets is really important, but you're right on to that. The win-win for the cyclists is absolutely spot on, and that's been well covered. In my brief time at the Strathtyre Community Board, the one takeaway for me would be the pride that people have in their town, and they were really well organised around the train at the time. So I have no doubt and have confidence in their ability to do that all over again. Maybe not singles night, there's the swipe right and whatever, Tinder and so forth. So I understand it's maybe not a thing anymore, but there's lots of other ways that they can utilise the train. Wearing my ED hat for a moment, Councillor Wiley is not here. This is about investing in our city, and it's about the livability and having something that's on brand. But I believe, hearing from you today and previously, and hearing from Punamu, I am confident, and our ratepayers need to have confidence that the numbers stack up, that we have the right people in the role. And thank you for the comment, and I wrote it down. We need to make sure we have the right people to make this successful, and I believe we do in you folk over there. So congratulations to the team. I have confidence you bring fresh eyes, expertise, you build on all the work that's gone on before, and it's not to take away from that, but we're in a different time. And you have an eye for detail, and I have an eye for detail, and I love that. The experience was fantastic. I'm super impressed with how you've lifted the product, and people are prepared to pay for a quality product. And so onwards and upwards.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. In a previous life, I was effectively seconded to provide accounting support to Tara Gorge Railway Limited. So I probably have more of a knowledge and an interest than most people around this table in the actual product. And I have to say that I have never had so much confidence as I have having, this is probably the third time I've heard Rebecca speak and the second time for Adrian, and to hear people come and have such knowledge of the tourism sector and understanding of the product on offer, I think instills a lot of confidence. Rebecca came to the Mosquitoro Community Board along with the structural engineer and spoke at length and was had to face a barrage of questions, and one of the key things, and it hasn't come up today, is that regardless of how the track is used, the maintenance on the bridges and viaducts has to continue. It's not a factor of load, it's a factor of age. And so regardless of what the decision is of council, I mean, that still has to happen. And I think the key thing to keep this short is we can always revisit the option. And I like this option is that it's about actually in the long term minimising the rates impact. And I have faith and confidence in what we've heard, and I think that's what we need to do is actually minimise the rates impact. So I'm very supportive of this option.
Well done. 1 minute 30 is the time to beat. Councillor Gilbert.
Right, challenge is on. Most of what I want to say can be summed up with ditto, but that's not where I'm going to stop. I agree, for example, with Councillor Walker. It's not necessarily cycling or rail. It can be both, and it should be both. That the station needs life rather than just liveliness from time to time. I have long supported and loudly supported the brand and the icon, as has been mentioned, that is the rail. And in the past, it has been something of an act of faith, believing that there will be an answer that comes through. And businesses all around good relationships. Certainly, this style of business is around good relationships. And when you've got operators lobbying you, that's a sign of a good relationship. Councillor Barker mentioned about you can't sell the sausage without the sizzle. You also need to make sure, and this is good life advice, by the way, that to make sure the person who prepares the food has the knowledge, the understanding, the expertise to do it, and cares about what they're doing. And having had a chance to meet on a few occasions now with Ms. Jenkins and, cross my fingers, Mr. Janoshkovich. Close. I'm excited by the options, like many around the table, and to use the exact right saying, I think they deserve the chance to get things rolling and see where they can take it.
Well done, thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Adrian has highlighted risk and been frank about possible failure of the current proposal. Small businesses operating on a large infrastructure maintenance liability is what we have here. It's a small business with a large infrastructure liability, very similar to the stadium. The additional risks not mentioned so far are the kind of risks that have the San Francisco Council absolutely worried as hell about their cable cars, and that is if one lets go, they have got what used to be an iconic attraction and it's going to end up being an incredible liability. I've heard that they would actually, the risk is so great that they'd actually prefer not to have it. They spend an extreme amount of money to make sure that one of their cable cars doesn't let go. We're probably going to have to spend quite a bit to make sure that we're in a situation where we don't have problems from a rock fall, a bridge failure, earthquake, any passenger death from the above or any other reason would constitute an extreme risk, I think, for this business. Having said all of that, I think we are in a position where we have to give it a go, but we have to keep our eyes open and recognise that this is potentially a fabulous business for Dunedin, but also very risky as well. I personally am risk averse and would have preferred that we had taken a strong decision a long time ago not to go down this track, but given that we have, I think we need to go the whole hog. We need to go to Middlemarch. We need the Torrey train journey not to be just a run up and down the rail tracks. We need people to get on the train to go to a destination. And we need something to happen at that destination, like the singles. And if getting them back that night is not appropriate, then we need to organise it to be an overnight event. We need a whole lot of other things to happen for these risks to be worthwhile. It's been said that we struggle with COVID, and DRL did. But we need to recognise also that actually the main struggle came with the years following COVID, where the DCC simply avoided making decisions. Avoiding making a decision is something that we've got to own, and we've got to recognise that
Point of order, we made a decision. We made a decision to put it in hibernation, Your Worship. We made a decision.
Look, I uphold that point of order because, you know, we were here for that decision. Most of us were here for that decision, and that is the decision we made. So could you withdraw that remark, please?
I'll withdraw the remark, but I did say that we were avoiding decisions, plural. There were a number of them, but I'll carry on. I also take issue with the claim that for many years DRL has made a profit. This profit was mostly illusory in my view, as the deferred maintenance was much more than any profit for most of those years. So I think we need to go into this with eyes open. We need to recognise that we're looking at a severe range of risks here, and that if we're able to negotiate past them and get this all to happen, absolutely wonderful. But let's not go into it thinking it's all Yahoo and going to be very easy from here on.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too am risk averse, but this is a calculated risk. We've talked about an asset that brings an economic benefit to the city. It's a cornerstone product. Councillor Barker referred to it as gold. I think Mr Walker said it was a treasure, a tonga. What I'm going to talk about is a feeling, and that feeling is pure joy. Rail fans know that trains have cool tech, they're convenient, they're accessible, there are environmental benefits, lower CO2 emissions. It's a sensory experience for people. The sights, the sounds, the vibrations, the visual stimulation, and the sense of adventure that's invoked. There is a romance in taking your time, enjoying the company of fellow passengers, that rhythmic chugging and the whistle blowing, the click-clack of the tracks. It's an intimate experience that you don't get with any other transport mode. Now, if the people of Middlemarch need some good ideas about turning Middlemarch into a destination, they could take a leaf out of the Waitati Militia's book. We know about the Seasider train and how much joy it brings. There were carless days where it was a regular commute into the city. The Earl of Seacliff chained himself to the tracks in the 80s. He's now famous for running a bookshop at the Paikokariki train station. Anthony Tonin regularly charters the train to bring it out to Waitati to have a concert performance at the Waitati Hall, and the journey on the train as a part of that experience. We had the Christmas superhero journey that was a sellout most recently, and the Waitati Militia, coming back to them, famous for the staged stopping of the chartered trains. Waitati Militia will make themselves available at the ready for the people of Middlemarch, and we will invade any train that reaches Middlemarch. I'll give my personal guarantee on that.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to go back to the original hibernation decision to start with and say that we really came very close to losing this whole thing, and that was in response to a culture that sits in this city, that as soon as a business shows the slightest little bit of weakness, we tend to pull out the gun and shoot it. If we had not intervened, we would not be having this meeting here today. And I want to focus too on the commentary that's coming from the community about the affordability of this. And while you may be successful in business, it doesn't necessarily mean you have much understanding of economics. This is an economic investment. This is to underpin tourism. It is to also underpin livability in the city, attractiveness of the city, and bring economic vitality to the towns that are on the rail line. To put it under some simplistic business models that have been put under fails to understand what it really does. So I'm glad we have got here. I'm glad that we are giving the company the support it needs to go through its next step, and I have a lot of confidence that with the staff they have on board right now, they will deliver. Thank you.
Well done. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, well, I'd like to say for the benefit of the future of Dunedin, I think this train I've got a frog in my throat. The benefits are huge for us retaining the rail service that we have. We have one of the best railway stations in Australasia, I believe. It was for years one of the most photographed in Australasia. It's a beautiful building, and of course to bring it to life with the trains regularly going through that station is a fantastic thing for our city, and like everybody else has said, it brings huge economic benefit. Now, I want to thank Mr. Lone and the DCHL board for choosing to bring on, excuse the pun, bring on board people of the calibre of Adrian, and I'm sorry I can't pronounce your last name. I'm not going to try. My husband goes mad when I try and pronounce some of the tennis players and I say them all wrong. And also for Rebecca as well. I think they seem like a fantastic team, and I've lived in Queenstown before, and I can tell you, and obviously Adrian's been involved in many businesses in the resort and still is, as he was saying today, but when I lived there, the place was absolutely stunning, but when you were there, you sort of started to take it for granted. It's not until you come back and look at it and go, wow. And I think there's a little bit of that with our railway station, because when you see and watch tourists looking at it, they are in awe and they're taking photographs all the time and they absolutely love it. Some people will criticise anything anybody does, so we will have some people who will say, oh, what are you doing with this? But when you sit there and listen to people who've got the experience in tourism that Adrian and Rebecca have, and you look at the facts that operators are wanting to come to us, and the benefits, also the uniqueness of this experience, and that's what it is. It is an experience. It's very rare, but we've got it here in our city, and there are a lot of train enthusiasts all around the world that will seek out this to come and enjoy this experience. So while we have heard a private provider come and enthusiastically pitch to be involved in this business, it's correct to say that anybody who's that enthusiastic is enthusiastic because there's a financial benefit for them, and fair enough. But we should put Dunedin first and have the financial benefit for us. So I will support this motion, and I'll say to anybody, if you want a good future Dunedin, you support what's best for the city. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Personally, I have continually had the view that the past business model of DRL has simply been a non-recoverable liability to the city, and voted against the majority around this table. I was always against a Panamu deal, as the city would continue to pay the costs and Panamu would simply take the profit, which would not alleviate the drain on the city's finances. Discussions with the newly appointed chair and manager of DRL have made me look at the Taieri Gorge Railway with a new optimistic lens. Some of the positives I've heard are that we should look to the future of DRL as not just being a train business, but a tourism business, which could open numerous other possible opportunities and not just base the business around cruise ship income. The ka-ching factor, that we own the track and we have the luxury of having no competitors. The reconnection with Middlemarch would undoubtedly connect the thousands of cyclists to Dunedin, instead of cyclists jumping off their bikes and going straight to the airport. The view we should connect the railway station with every tourist visitor to the city, with a possible relocation of the eyesight office, would be fantastic for the business. It simply does not make sense to sell or lease a business when its books are not healthy, as we are yet to optimise its true value. So I'm now happy to vote with the majority on this item with a much more optimistic view. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've had all the speakers. I'll just say a quick word. We are a heritage city, and the number one heritage building in this city is the railway station, so it makes absolute sense to have a train coming and going from that railway station. And it's great to have a team who are enamoured of the train and with the skills and experience to run it. So thank you, and I certainly will be voting for this motion. Back to you, Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to go through and name everybody, or else Councillor Walker will be starving to death. However, I will just quickly pick up on a few of the points that have been raised. We can see here that majority of, well, in fact everybody, even with a few reservations, are still supportive of this. And what I would put this down to is positive leadership. And when we talk about the sort of comments that have been made from, supportive of our economy, retaining the ownership of an asset that has a huge amount of value, an iconic attraction was used. So was lose it, it won't be coming back. And that's where I really zone in on this positive leadership, because we know that there's been a lot of talk of get rid of the train, get rid of the tracks, and we'll use it for something else. Do that, and you've lost it. So I see the comments that have been made here as positive leadership. This is part of Dunedin's brand. It's investing in our city. Comments were made about minimising the risks to rates. And with the team that we've got to drive this forward, I believe that's what's going to happen. The impact on rates is going to reduce, and the comments cannot be made that we are subsidising every passenger, because that is a temporary thing that has come from, as quite rightly pointed out, the hibernation period, which again was good leadership because it protected this asset. And now we're in a position that we can actually do something with it to make it great again. Everybody. Oh, I didn't do that on purpose. Trust me. Crikey. Look, at the end of the day, I'm very much appreciative of the fact that everybody's on board with this. My trips to Middlemarch for the community board meetings are such that I know that they're busting to get this back up and running again. They want to really push things with their township, and I'm sure there's a lot of opportunities for them to do that. I'll finish with saying that this is a situation where past Dunedin with good leadership is future Dunedin.
All right, we'll take the vote by division so that names are recorded.
Councillor Eklund.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Unanimously. Thank you. So I move we adjourn for lunch. Well, till 15:15. Can we do it that? So 35 minutes. So but come back at 15:15, please. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? No one.
Councillors, as you are heading to lunch, I just think it might be useful for you to have a chat about how you intend to progress for the next day and a half that we have left, given the number of pages of agenda that we still have. Look, but seriously, you need to give some consideration to that over the lunch break. We could potentially modify standing orders.
14, which is the South Dunedin flood alleviation. Here is the revised motion on the wall behind me, and the key elements are that the draft budget funding will increase to 44 because of the addition of 1.9, 12 and 15 million, and some money will be moved over from the South Dunedin flood alleviation medium-term option. So that will mean an increase in debt of 11.714 compared to the draft budgets. There'll be no change to the rates.
Just for clarity, I've spoken with staff. There was a project manager requested to deliver South there, and there is a project manager will be required. But in conversation with GMs in the infrastructure areas, we are confident that we can redeploy a project manager, one of our project management staff, to deliver this important project.
Are there any questions? I see a question, yes.
Just given the figures are a little bit different from what we saw yesterday, does that mean that the South Dunedin futures budget is that 15 million is
it's split in half.
Removed from that?
Yes.
So there was $30 million in that line.
It was
so it
33, so it's down to 15.
Okay.
See there? Part 4, South Dunedin flood alleviation medium-term option has still got 15 in it. Yep. Right, are there any further questions? So, I'll move this. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor O'Malley. Okay, so in speaking to this, and in speaking and reporting on conversations I've had with a great many people in South Dunedin and people who were deeply and badly affected by the flooding that we had in October of 2024, they feel that this is an essential development. This is an essential thing that needs to happen. They feel that that essentially nothing other than a bit of maintenance has happened to the network. No fresh pipes and pumps have been installed in the last 14 years since the 2011 Opus report, which made about 20 suggestions. Certainly the maintenance has been done, and in my observation, the network, the pipes and pumps and screens that we do have already worked and worked well. And it was easy to see that when the rain stopped, the water level dropped, and when heavy rain resumed, the water level went up. But when medium sort of rain carried on, then the level stayed the same. But it was quite possible to see the change in the level. And that level changed from no water on the street, which happened within a day of the rain stopping, to knee-deep water in the street. But quite often it was, ankle deep would have meant that no houses were flooded. So I think this is a critical thing that people can see will happen, and not only that, it circles the whole area. So Hillside Road, Bayview Road and Forbury Road. So it puts significant mitigation in those 3 streets, which really will make a significant difference for the amount of water that drops into the middle of the catchment. So having said that, I'll let whoever else have a turn. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm fairly comfortable with this, though, although it's not necessarily come out of a staff-directed area. I'm looking at, I've often had this discussion with staff, I'm looking at some of those activities, and specifically let's look at the Forbury Road pipe. I can't imagine that not being done anyway at some point in the future. So this is, I'm not overly worried about stranded assets or stranded investments here. I think that these will be actually a lot of this will be part of the forward project plan anyway. And we need to demonstrate to the people of South Dunedin and those watching us from outside the city that we are actively working on protecting South Dunedin from flooding and making sure it is a safe place to live and a safe place to be insured in.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
In brevity form, I echo everything that Councillor O'Malley just said.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against?
I was just going to say I agree too.
So we have a speaker against. Councillor Van der Vis.
there was much more done than simply maintenance for the post 2015. The Portobello pumping station was extensively overhauled. Its blocked grading system was rebuilt so that it is now on a slope and able to be cleared in the event that you get a major deluge. Pumps that weren't working were fixed. The issue with the Tahuna outfall, which wasn't switched on because permission hadn't been given, that has been sorted. A great deal has happened, and we have consequently not had the incredibly damaging 1,000 type houses issue that we had in 2015. This, I believe, looks to me like an election year wanting to cater to something that is going to be debt funded. Again, the debt is our real problem. It's not flooding in South Dunedin. I can't vote for it.
That's right. Councillor Gary.
I most likely will support this, but there's a but, and the but for me is, and I'm really glad that Councillor Vandervis and I unusually agree with him on this occasion, that there has been much work done since 2015. But the one thing he didn't mention was the addition of the rain radar, which allowed us to prepare so much more for this and make sure our resources were in the right area. In terms of the impact on people and the flooding of houses. And the other element was that people on the ground were much more prepared to do their particular part to prepare for the possible impact. So my concern is that we need to be really careful not to raise the expectation that this is the solution and people are not going to get flooded if we do this work. Also, the work is going to take time. However, I am reassured by what Councillor O'Malley has said and what we heard from staff yesterday. My one other reservation is it's only about 7 weeks till we get the South Dunedin report. However, providing this is within that, and I think it was reframed as no regrets in the report, I am likely to support it.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, so my right of reply. Very simply, despite the improvements that had been made in our pipes and in our systems, such as at the Portobello pumping station, and the preparedness that we had, the rain radar and the use of, lawyer's head, houses still flooded. Now, no matter what else you might think, houses flooded. And there is insufficient mitigation to prevent that. This is not a complete solution. This is not everything required to stop flooding ever happening in South Dunedin, but it will make a huge difference, especially with the water that flows across Forbury Road down into Surrey Street, because every single manhole and inspection cover along that Forbury aqueduct was surcharging greatly with the water that was coming off the hill and then it was rolling across the road. So we absolutely have to do something for the catchment of South Dunedin. Having said that, we'll now put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Oh, division, sorry, didn't hear that. We'll have a division.
Councillor Eklund.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 13-1.
Thank you. Moving right along, we'll move to waste minimisation. Item 17, page 423 in your agendas. Mr McLean and Mr Henderson will come to the desk. So, do we have any opening comments? None. Questions? Questions, councillors? There. Yes, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yes, could you just talk through, you refer to this on page, sorry, I'm just quickly trying to find it, on page 425 about the curbside recycling and refuse collection contract cost increase. I'm concerned that there's a significant increase in effectively what will be year 2 of the contracts, and which obviously has a flow-on effect because it's a targeted rate, sorry, mental block.
You'll see there's a note in the report, thank you Councillor, that the targeted rate actually covers the rate increase for year 1 and year 2 of the contract because the escalation process wasn't completed in year 1. There's been a number of unfortunate factors that have come into play in this round. Basically one of the largest movers is the vehicle fleet insurance for our contractor actually increased by 50%. Due to additional risks, and the things like tyres and maintenance have also had significant shifts. That does not reflect that that's going to be ongoing costs, but as I say, one of the biggest movers in all the factors that we used to adjust the price was an insurance premium increase of 50%. Obviously that is a huge cost for a contractor that most of their assets are vehicles. So it's risk-based. Basically, I have talked to our insurers now. They're telling us that the insurance market is now becoming more competitive, but for a long time it wasn't competitive. All the risk was being placed onto the people paying the premiums, etc. And companies, the large companies that we use, they actually have to get the insurance from overseas. They can't get insurance in New Zealand.
And a subsequent question to that, so on the funding impact statement on page 434, if you look then at the targeted rates line, it actually goes down in 2028 and then starts to go back up again, and the general rate, it goes down in 2030 quite significantly. So I'm just concerned about what we're signalling to our community about the targeted rate, especially why it's going down so significantly then in 2028 if we've got a big increase for 2026.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, are you referring to the fact that there's a artificial increase in costs due to the transport to Timaru in this coming year?
Thank you, Councillor. Referring to the time period of 2020-30, is that the time of the decrease and subsequent increase? That's actually due to the changes with Smooth Hill, the changes in gate rates.
This is 2028, and I didn't think Smooth Hill was operating in 2028.
2028 will reflect the waste minimisation changes for the transport of materials through to Timaru. That ceases when the facility comes online, so we won't have to be paying those charges beyond 2028.
So, apologies. So what we're saying is, and I hadn't picked this up, that it won't be until 2028 that we cease trucking to Timaru. I just want that clarified. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Just following up on the cost of that, because I'm just looking at the option around consider the use of the waste minimisation reserve to fund the estimated $1.7 million temporary costs of transporting the waste matter. Is it per year, or is it over the how many years till 2028?
No, that's a per year cost for transport, a bit over $1.7 million per year on transport cost.
So does that mean that the waste minimisation reserve is made up of the waste minimisation levy? Is that correct? So what does that mean for all of the other projects that we would be looking to fund using the waste minimisation levy? I know that what is it, about $1.1 million a year, something like that. So is there some in reserve that's already in reserve? Is there some that's going to come in over those 2 years? I'm just trying to understand the impact of it, because if we're going to subsidise X, then how are we going to carry out the waste minimisation activities from the waste minimisation plan? Does that put more money onto rates?
Thank you, Councillor. So tried to explain it, maybe not terribly well, in paragraph 39 of the report. So the reserve is the unspent waste levy money that builds up in reserve. So we're not planning to use the income that's coming in as such. This is the unspent, the unbudgeted waste levy reserve that builds up.
Oh, so is there more than $1.7 million in the waste minimisation reserve? Is there enough for the 3 years that it goes through?
Hopefully no more than 2 years, but yeah, there will be. So yeah, but paragraphs 39 to 42, we're trying to explain that with what's in reserve now and then additional reserve coming in, there'll be sufficient to use that reserve for the transport without affecting anything else.
So for total clarity, that means the reserve funds the transport in theory, and then all of the other projects that Councillor Barker was referring to are also funded?
Yeah, to make that clear, yes. Yep.
Yep, I've got a very brief question for Mr. Henderson. What is the quantity of organic waste that is being collected on a weekly basis now, and is it increasing since the bin collection was introduced, or decreasing?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of factors involved. Yes, it has been increasing, Mr. Mayor. But obviously we have been having a wet summer growing season. So basically we started off at around 700, 800 tonnes for a month. In December, I think we hit a peak of 1,600 tonnes of organic and food waste was collected. We obviously will expect that to die back off again as we get back into hopefully some drier months and into the colder months. But yeah, it's significantly increasing at this point in time.
But it's also a significant volume. Thank you. Or weight, massive material. Councillor O'Malley.
Just following up Councillor Barker's question about the reserve. I mean, the reserve effectively is generated because we haven't activated some spending towards the levy, right?
Correct, yes.
If we now commit ourselves to having to have a reserve, we'll also put a cap on our ability then to, I think that's where Councillor Barker was going, to activate any new activities that could be funded by the Waste Minimisation Fund, because it will have gone up in the transport.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I did put that as a negative in the options, that we'll have less money to fund any additional works.
Just while we're honest, what led us to not being able to get this facility activated by 2028?
Well, the facilities at Green Island will be will be in place by 2028. We've got the resource consents we needed to build and develop the resource recovery park. We got those in December, and the appeals period finished earlier this month. So our procurement is now well advanced and our detailed design is well advanced. So we will be starting to build by the middle of this year, and the equipment will be on order. So depending on how long the equipment takes to turn up, which could be 12 to 15 months, but we're expecting by this time next year, we'll be well on the way to having those facilities becoming operational that year.
I guess it's a bit moot to ask the question now, but given that we've got $3.4 million worth of transport costs that are burdening on us, why didn't we order the equipment ahead of time on the assumption that the consents would eventually come in? I mean, it seems quite linear to do the consents and now order the equipment when we've got truly massive transport costs affecting us.
You have to balance that though, and we didn't. If we'd been appealed on the consent, and if we'd ended up in the Environment Court, we could have been quite some way in the future. So it was we didn't know at what level of appeals we were likely to face. So, well, indeed, but it's a judgment call ultimately, and so as soon as we knew that we were likely to be in the clear with the consent thing, we progressed it, but otherwise we potentially had kit that was sitting there for an extended period of time, not able to be used.
Yeah, and if I might, sorry, just to add to what the chief has said there, I think the other risk we could have that could have really bitten us was if we had a consent that changed what we needed to do, we would have had stranded equipment and a stranded cost as well.
As it was, the consent went smoothly, but it might not have. And so I get your point. We had the debate ourselves, but it was also our procurement rules. We couldn't tick some of the risk factors off in our procurement process either.
Councillor Barker.
I have a question. I guess kind of related to Deputy Mayor Lucas's question about once that happens, once the 2 years are over, would the ratepayer expect their and I know this is a little bit of predicting their targeted rate to stay at that was it 343 or whatever it was, or go up. Was that what you were trying to get to in that line? Is like once we take out those transport costs, then is it sort of flat for that targeted rate or not?
Thank you, Councillor. Hard to predict the future because the contract does include cost escalation clauses. So I guess what I'm trying to explain is if we have the cost escalation we've just done for the last couple of years, $1.9 million of extra costs in the contract. Then there's $1.7 million of transport cost, almost doubles that. So any cost increases in the future will be significantly smaller than that amount, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think we've covered questions. Yes, I see no more. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Right, so would the Chair of Infrastructure like to move this? Do we have a seconder? Seconder for the motion that Council adopt for the purpose of the 9-year plan?
So you need to decide which option you want to use around the waste levy. Okay.
Your worship.
It doesn't say that. Yeah, there's A, B, and C, or D.
Yep.
So option 1.
We just might need a minute to cobble this together.
Yes. To get the motion straightened out, is that what you mean? Righto. Yep.
Because it is. I think we probably do need. This is important.
Okay. Okay. So I'll move we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. So we'll just get that.
So Carolyn, Ms. Carolyn, I might need you to help craft this inside.
Now, so we have.
We take it in parts too, please, Your Worship.
Yep. So the we have the motion on the wall behind me, as moved by the Chief of Infrastructure, Councillor O'Malley, and seconded by the Deputy Chair of Infrastructure, Councillor Weatherall. So, would you like to speak to it, Councillor O'Malley?
Quickly, to some extent, this is it's a consequence of contracts and also having our own facility not come online on time. So it's unavoidable that the material will have to be taken to Timaru for processing. It's a bit disappointing because it adds up to $3.4 million of additional costs, which we just heard in questions that there was rational reasons for why this is not online, but the lack of it coming online is actually hitting the cost. It does have an effect on the use of the waste minimisation fund because the reserve is now effectively being pre-allocated before we get to use it. So it will have a $3.4 million effect on our use of that fund. However, I think it's the best use of that money rather than move it directly onto the ratepayer because it isn't actually a permanent effect on our curbside collection. It's a temporary effect, and I think in many respects this is the best way to address it.
Very good. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Benson-Pope.
I just think that paragraph referring to late 25, early 2026 needs to be changed slightly. Just otherwise, it means late 25, early 26, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, it does. Yeah.
Well, I think early needs to be slipped in there, doesn't it? Otherwise, it's allowing another year of slippage.
Okay. So this conversation is just to modify the resolution. We've got it right now. Is it correct now? Happy? Okay. So in terms of speakers, did you have something? Speakers. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Vandevers.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the mover for taking this in parts because I can't support Part B for a number of reasons. Actually, the extra cost is part of it, but primarily for me, I can't in good conscience support us as an authority transporting our waste elsewhere. I do understand the reasons why we've gotten to this point, so they are understandable, and I'd like to think that in the future we can align things more cleverly so we don't find ourselves in this situation again. But I can support the rest of it, but as I say, I cannot, and I've been consistent in this over the years, I cannot support us transporting our waste elsewhere for somebody else to have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
I worry that we are spending an awful lot to get Timaru to reprocess this for us, but my main worry is that we're going to put this on debt again. Basically, this is short-termism. It's kicking the debt can down the road and making it even bigger. It'll be that much.
Point of order, we're not putting it on debt. Your Worship, we're not putting it on debt.
So, look, I don't believe that we are increasing the debt with this. That was my understanding from Ms Allen, is that correct?
That's correct. We're keeping the rate increase at 9.95%. That's what C does.
Yes.
Yes, and it's OPEX.
Yeah, so it's not increasing our debt load either.
Sorry, I understood that you said it was going to be another $11 million on the debt.
No. I said none of that.
Okay, pardon me.
Previous resolution.
No, right. So
uphold
it's
the,
not
I'll
being.
uphold the point of order.
Fair enough. Excuse me. It's not being paid for by debt. So how's it being paid for?
The waste minimisation levy.
Right. Thank you.
Right. Are there any other speakers? I see none. Therefore, I'll put the motion, and we're going to do it in parts, A, B, and C. So, Wendy. So, part A, I think we're all in favour. So I'll put part A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Recorded, please.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just do it like this.
It's a secret little fund of money, the waste levy
Yep.
money has been chucked in the fund, so we're using.
Yeah, so we can't use it
So
later.
Part B is by
Yes, so-
division? Okay, you'll have to call it.
So it is basically like debt, isn't it?
It's all right.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Witherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 10-4.
And Part C, reallocating the reduction of the curbside weight to the general rate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Carried. Okay, that is item 17. Now, should we move to 18 while we're on waste? So, we've got a few to go back and catch up on the transport ones, but we'll move to Smooth Hill. So, Ms Graham will speak to this report, I believe.
Mr Henderson and Mr McLean are here, should we need them.
Yes.
Councillors, this is simply confirming in public your previous decision to build Smooth Hill. There's nothing more that I think needs to be added from staff at this point.
So the motion is to note the report. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? I see no questions, okay. So I'll move that we note the Smooth Hill update report. Seconded, Councillor Benson Pope. And speaking to this, as we've heard from the Chief, this is merely confirming what we already know, that we've voted to go ahead with Smooth Hill, and this is just an update on progress. Does anyone else like to speak? Councillor Vandervis.
Just to be consistent, I voted against this Smooth Hill. I don't believe it's affordable. I don't believe it's in the ratepayers' interests, and I vote against this one as well. Like it to be recorded, please.
Very good. We're still on speaking, but yes, Councillor O'Malley.
I see the price is getting to 92.4 million, so I'd just like to go back to the point that 4 years ago I said this would be unlikely to be done for less than $100 million. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, I just mentioned the fact that I was very much supportive of a 50-50 relationship. I understand the debate and I understand the decision of that meeting, so I will reluctantly support it this time round.
Yep. So, and I'll say a brief comment that, you know, we need to take responsibility for our own issue, and one of the things we issue is waste from the city. So by having our own landfill, it gives us control of that situation and avoids a situation where we're sending stuff off to Timaru or Southland or anywhere else. So, you know, we do need to take responsibility for the rubbish we produce. Back to you, who I did it. Well, there you go. That's my right of reply. I'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Councillor Vandervis,
Yes,
you're still
recorded,
against.
please.
You might have changed your mind over the course of that debate. But,
Thank you.
there we go. Recorded. Okay. Shall we do some easy ones before we go to a hard one?
What would you say the easy one?
City property.
Mr Mayor, if I could, we've got transport staff who are prepped and waiting and have been for a day.
There we go. The transport ones. God, it was supposed to happen yesterday. Roading and footpath 15, page 394. Item 15, page 394, followed by the Peninsula Connection 405. So we have Mr. Henderson. Oh, God, what am I saying? Ms. Benson and Mr. McLean. Thank you. Golly. Do you have any comments to make?
No, thank you.
Very good. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
Just thinking about the road sign maintenance and the weeds that everyone's commenting on, and I note that this seems to be quite seasonal, especially over the holiday period, and I don't, because people have got more time to look at the weeds. But my key question was, I guess there's two, is what is the process for checking on the maintenance contracts over summer, and do the contractors take a summer holiday? Are they actually here doing the work over that time, because this seems to be the worst period?
So this year our maintenance contractor took 2 weeks off during that kind of key, but they were covered. When I say, so they still had light maintenance patrollers, all those people that can respond to critical incidents. That was the answer to your second question, I think, Councillor. Your first question was?
Oh, yeah, about the process of managing the contracts, because I take my camera and I send a lot of pictures in South Dunedin. The little gardens there have, I'm afraid to say, consistently been weedy, let's say. So what is the process for ensuring that the contractors are actually carrying out the contracts? And do we have a list of high profile areas, less high profile areas? Like, how is all of that managed?
Yep, so we have something called a maintenance intervention guide, which essentially takes all of the assets and things like roadside vegetation, and it grades them between 1 and 5, and it says where in that grade you turn it into something called defect, which then creates a maintenance intervention. The process is the light maintenance patrollers go around and they identify where those interventions are needed, and then that is processed through our system, and a work order is sent to Fulton Hogan, which is probably why I'm always keen that everything goes through the system, because that's how Fulton Hogan get paid. We do regular audits. We have one person who's out doing some work for the networks team and another person who's working for the transport maintenance team. Both people are auditing the work of the contractor. And some parts of their contract, it is cost reimbursable, so it's up to the contractor to get that right. But we have actively asked them to dial back on vegetation, because we could see that was a potential saving in our operating budget, understanding that NZTA only co-fund the part of vegetation that's safety critical. They don't co-fund the part of vegetation for aesthetics. So in most cases, they're responding to our instruction, Councillor.
So I'm just thinking about, say, high traffic areas, and I'm going to go for the tourist mecca of the Otago Peninsula. And while I enjoyed seeing all of the lovely yellow flowers along the border, other people found that it was a bit weedy. And there's a high traffic area in the Octagon as well, and we observe weeds growing out of the visitor signage. So is that done once every 2 weeks, or is it done by complaint? I'm just trying to understand what the process is for making sure that it just doesn't get out of control.
I might take some of that one. Thanks, Councillor. So the roadside garden plots, if you like, such as those down the peninsula, they're managed by Parks. So I've spoken to Mr. Ellis about that. He might be able to give you a bit more of an update on that, but I spoke to him about that in the last couple of days. And as for the other things, if they're transport related, contractors and staff respond to them as the fix-it forms and the feedback comes back through. So it's important that it comes through our customer services line so that it can be logged.
Yes, thank you. I'm just still trying to understand how we get the weeds taken out of the Octagon, around the Octagon signs. I mean, we're going to do that by complaint, or does someone go out and check it?
So So from a roadside vegetation perspective, we normally have about 3 or 4 times during the season that we're going along and actively spraying before the weeds pop up. We always have a tough time at this time of the year because there is a mixture of heat and warmth. So the process is, generally speaking, you're doing your first weed spray around August before the spring, and then you're doing another one before the end of spring, the height of summer. So that is what we do, but I will again reiterate, we have actively pulled back from doing as much of that to save some costs.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just kind of following on from that, and forgive me if my memory of the numbers are incorrect, and I'm sure I'll be corrected. My memory has it, though, that at a meeting sometime towards the end of last year, the numbers that were thrown around were, and I will get them around the wrong way, it was something like $1 million to cut and $1.5 million to get rid of, or the other way around in terms of the grass and the verges and stuff. And now, according to page 43, number 40 of the CEO overview, it's down to 900. I'm just wondering, there's quite a difference between 900 and that 2.5.
On my report, that's what's been added back in.
That was been what's added back in to reinstate, according to number 14 on this paper, to reinstate previous vegetation management regimes, which presumably were the 1 and 1.5 that got trimmed out of it.
Come back to you, not. I think those numbers are. Scott will get them.
Ms Benson's got the slide that you're referring to up, so she can add some detail. But the when we workshopped it, it was definitely through approximately $1 million. So we've narrowed that down to about 900. But we also talked about pavement maintenance as well. So, but Janine's got the detail on that slide that we put those numbers forward.
So one of the challenges with the maintenance contract that we went through at the workshop is that we have had something like an increase in CPI of about 24% since 2020. We are trying to maintain costs on the transport maintenance contract, but we do, to pick up on Councillor Lucas's point from yesterday, we are inheriting assets that we have to maintain. And so we're trying to keep a lid on the costs of the transport maintenance budget while still maintaining those extra assets. And rightly or wrongly, with those extra assets comes a level of expectation that you see in George Street, along the new cycleways. And so we're chasing new assets, CPI adjustments. So that was the figure that we were talking to you about when we talked to you in the workshop. We talked to you about new assets, the CPI change. COVID has changed the cost of things, and then we talked about the vegetation amount, and we said it was sort of 900 to $1 million to reinstate it back to its pre-change state, which is what we've put it back in the operating budget.
Oh, obviously I've got the wrong memory of the 1.5 thing. My other question is more of a clarification curiosity. Number 13, the ministerial expectation to have potholes addressed within 24 hours, which is reported quarterly. What constitutes a pothole? Because if it's just a divot in the road and all of those, we suddenly get this influx of, I've got a divot in my road, which, given many of the streets are nearing the end of their usable life, that could cause a problem. So I'm just trying to figure out what is a reportable pothole.
So I think, look, I won't say that this is a perfect science yet. It's a bit like the reporting that we have to do on temporary traffic management. That is not a perfect science yet. It is evolving as we understand it, because it's quite new. But generally speaking, it'll be a pothole probably on an arterial road, 50 kilometres and above, that is reported through. Yes, look, yeah.
So there is no kind of get out your ruler and, no, sorry, it's not a pothole, this is just a divot, it's only 10 centimetres, once it gets to 12, there is nothing like that.
No, I think it's. I think it's probably meant to drive a philosophy a little bit like the temporary traffic management thing, which is reporting on the temporary traffic management. Is the outcome is driving a more cost-efficient approach to traffic management. I think the pothole reporting is about concentrating on the basics and driving your approach to concentrating on the basics.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just to change text slightly, on page 397 in fees and charges, and you talk about the fees and charges remaining the same for this coming year, and that the highest revenue generating charges are set on a cost recovery basis. So then if you go to page 403 on the funding impact statement, if I look at 2024 actual, the fees and charges are, let's say, 3.5 million, and then the current year is 2.1 million, and then we're talking about 2 million. I'm just wondering why we're expecting to recover less from fees and charges. When we, it just doesn't seem, we're almost there. It's like $2 million from 2024 down.
So we definitely haven't put any of the fees and charges up. We get quite a lot of revenue from something called corridor access requests. It's in the general public's and everyone's best interest that those are done properly in the first place. So that's why we haven't increased those charges. I may have to defer to Hayden.
Some of the decrease in the fees and charges is actually due to NZTA and the recoveries that we get from them. So at the moment, or up until about midway through this year, we did a whole lot of maintenance work for NZTA roads that now has stopped. And so we don't have the cost, and then we don't recover that. So in the budget, the current year approved budget, those costs are assumed to be in there. As we go to the new budget year, we've actually taken them out because that arrangement doesn't happen anymore. So that's a significant contributor to why the fees have actually gone down.
Sorry, I just thought all NZTA funding would have sat in the subsidies and grants for operating purposes line. So that was why I was wondering why the fees and charges had dropped.
And just, sorry to add to that, historically we did actually have the NZTA recovery from the local NZTA in that line. For audit, we need to actually reclass that as external. And so it's not money from NZTA central, the central pot that we get. It's a straight recovery of costs from the local side. Thanks.
Very good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, I know you've gone over this bit, but for members of the public that might be listening, and obviously the media's here, so the 900k, that will now remove and maintain the weed around our city. Is that fair, the vegetation that's growing up all over the place?
That is to take us back to the position we were in before we made these savings. Yep. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
It's just on the budget page on page 402. And it's sort of been covered a little bit, but I see the grants and subsidies, grants and revenues has gone up almost $7 million. And that, I presume, is the $12 million extra we got for renewals minus what came out of other. I assume this is mostly NZTA money?
Yeah, Hayden, that'll be a mixture of that and probably some capital from things like Shape of Future Dunedin Transport. Yep.
And then we ran a deficit, and it looks like, well, it was 3.7 million in the previous year, now it's gone, and it's actually quite literally moved by that 7 million. Was that due to depreciation and amortisation that caused that deficit? I'm trying to actually find where the 7 million's gone, to be honest. It's obviously in there somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could just refer you to page 403, and on that page you can see halfway down the page where it says sources of capital funding, the top line there, that splits out the subsidies that we're receiving for capital, and you can see how much it changes from the actual in 2024 to the annual plan. So the revenue on the prior page, it is quite volatile depending on the capital projects that we've got going on. Overall council, we did have a deficit, and so that also contributes to that loss of 3.7 million that we've budgeted in the current year. Yep.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And back to vegetation, and I think the backlash from the community sort of speaks volumes, gives me hope in the pride people take in the city. That said, all communities aren't created equal, and there are opportunities, I think, moving forward for some areas that probably don't want current areas mowed, and some areas that will want alternatives that fit into some of our zero carbon climate goals. For example, wildflower tranches. I think that's a great opportunity. What is the methodology by which we can get to that point that doesn't, of course, create another cost layer that...
So, yeah, that's a difficult one. We don't currently have, or we do currently have... Oh, we definitely have no spray. That's absolutely fine. Anyone can go online and apply to have no spray, and that will get done. Anyone equally can go online and apply to have their berm mowed if for medical conditions or any other reasons they cannot do it themselves. Where we don't have, or we do have a policy, but it probably isn't cognizant of where some people may want to be, is will we allow people to plant wildflowers and fruit trees on berms or roundabouts in their cul-de-sacs. So we don't have a policy about that, but we are looking at that. There are some complications and implications, but we have had quite a bit of the general public since the vegetation situation ask about doing that, so I think it's probably something that we need to address.
Sorry, so how will that then trickle back to us, and what sort of form, manifestation? When does that happen?
I guess that would probably come to you back in the form of a policy, because there is a current policy, and the current policy is we don't do it. So that would come back to you in one of the meetings where we bring policies to you guys for ratification before they change. Yep.
Right, Councillor O'Malley.
Completely following Councillor Walker. Then how do we go about getting the policy changed? Do we need to resolve it, or can we just socialise it?
Well, I think that in terms of it's definitely on the team's work program. We have already discussed it with legal. It's just a little bit tricky around, one person owns the house and then someone else person owns the house. So there are those things that we have to look at. But you might, I don't know, would maybe I should give an update on where it's at ISCOM, or yeah.
The bottom line is you're actually saying you have started the work on the policy.
We've started thinking about it and trying to understand some of the ramifications of the policy, around. So yes, yep.
But great, and I hate giving examples out of the media, but it was a pretty good one on Canongate that was in the paper last week. That's a very good example of a berm that's actually probably not really associated with any properties particularly. So as you're developing that policy, can we just check that those particular, I think they're still road corridor, but it's all footpath, that they are included in the policy decision?
Radio. Councillor Benson-Pope.
I'm puzzled because I think there must be some mechanism somehow, because in I suppose a year, 18 months ago, there was a bee garden developed in Shore Street under the cliff that had previously been mowed, and it was very successful. It's not there anymore, so I don't know what happened to it. Perhaps the man with the mower forgot, but that was approved by us at the time, somehow. So I'm just saying that there's a mechanism somewhere.
It was certainly I've been told by the maintenance team that there will be no growing pumpkins on my roundabout, but
Microphone.
I will follow that one up because there's one other one that I've heard about that in the past. Yeah, I certainly know personally of one place in Mosgiel that has created a rose bed on the berm. So yeah, I think I think there might be some of it happening in the background. Yeah.
What do you, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just very briefly going back to Councillor O'Malley's point, I agree. Let's take it away from involving households. So there'll be a question here. Why don't you just consider socialising it by using, for example, the Port Chalmers end of the shared path, not cycleway, shared path, which has a massive weeds at the moment, which will die down, doesn't affect any properties, so has some trial spots that we own and control that don't impinge on houses. I'll even provide you with the seeds.
All right. So we've covered all the questions, which is good. Will the Chair of Infrastructure be happy to move the paper? And will it be seconded by who? The Deputy Chair of Infrastructure? Yes. Very good. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Actually, in the interest of time, I don't think there's much to be said to this, so I think it's a good budget.
Good. Has anyone else got anything to say? Councillor Wiley? Councillor Benspope? Yes.
I think the timing of this is actually quite appropriate after the media attention that we've had, and I think it does show actually what some members of our community really value from their rate and what we actually have to deliver for the community. And I, for one, am very glad that the 900,000 got put back, and then we're going to actually get on top of the roading maintenance, because I also know that if we let it go and continue to let it go, actually our footpath maintenance costs will dramatically increase. So these two things go hand in hand.
Very good. Councillor Benspope?
Yeah, in similar vein, I think I'm really pleased to see that, particularly the vegetation control budget increase, because not just because of the pushback we got from the community, but while I didn't dwell on it yesterday, the look and feel of the city is really important for our image. And I didn't dwell on it yesterday because Councillor Walker had displayed his feelings so passionately. But if we're really marketing ourselves as, one of the great little cities, best little cities in the world, we've actually got to do our housekeeping. And while some of us can and do that in the immediate neighbourhood, not everyone's able to. I want to see Dunedin looking as good as it possibly can, and it's not at the moment because of simple things that we can do to tidy up.
Good. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, and I'll try and keep it brief as well. And a bit of a faux pas there by Councillor Wiley, but talking of football would be pretty handy if we could use Ellen Harlan's weekly income of $1 million, ironically, just solve our problem in 90 minutes of football. I support this, and I like all of us, have had the amazing amount of feedback from many in the community about the look and feel of the city, and it is important. But within that importance, we also have to remember that the city is made up of different communities and people, and this sits within very much within our zero carbon climate mitigation adaptation goals, that there are other ways of doing things, and I think particularly councils are good at doing what's always been done because it's the easiest and most cost effective way to do it. But go figure, around the rest of the world, and I'm thinking again of Europe, even where I used to live in the UK, which I don't ever really think is the most progressive place in the world. They saved a lot of costs by speaking to communities and communities accepting that other things other than grass can make your city look beautiful, and that's why I mentioned things like wildflowers. There's other things as well. Particularly in New Zealand, we had the advantage of a vast array of native fauna that we could use as alternatives. It ain't easy getting there, but I just think we can think a wee bit differently, and the accrued benefits to us environmentally of doing that that will be there for all to see.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem?
I agree with everything that's been said, and following on from Councillor Walker about alternatives, I commend Alison Beck for the work that she's done on the Canongate path and her plantings over the years. My community is also commendable at not spraying, and those who are able take the opportunity to get out and mow senior people and other neighbours' verges. We've got an open orchard projects on all of our little cul-de-sacs, and since the 1990s Waitati has planted kowhai trees on the berms around all of our village, so pay a visit to Blueskin Bay to see some beautiful weeds on display.
Right, so I think what has happened here is that it shows that Council is actually listening to the community. So back to you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. You also realise that we're not really increasing too much on our footpath spending and other such things, and so we ended up concentrating on the berms. Berms, I guess, effectively are almost an extension of parks and recs. They can often be the only green space in a community, so we've got to treat them as that as well, and we've definitely got strong feedback from the community. And on a roughly $450 million annual budget, it's a 0.2% increase on the budget, which I think, considering its impact on day-to-day living, it was a good investment, and I don't think it's even slightly controversial. I think everybody's going to be thankful that we've done it.
Okay. With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item next, 16, Peninsula Connection, the unfunded sections, page 405 in your agenda.
Wait for shadow option 3.
Mr. McLean and Ms. Benson, do you have any opening comments? And we're looking for something on the screen. Any opening comments? No?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Straight to questions. Do we have any questions? Councillor Gary.
And just to remind you, Mr Mayor, that I've sent through a motion. So I have some questions for you, Ms Benson. Could you speak to the several parts of one question, the continuous package comments you made in the report, and around the certainty of the figures early in the long-term plan, and then around the OPEX costs, what they would be besides interest and depreciation. So that's my first question in parts.
So from a construction perspective, I'm always going to want to do things in a continuous way for three reasons really. The first one is there are efficiencies in cost and things like setup. There's less public disruption. You're not impeding people, as has been evidenced actually on the Peninsula Connection. In the past, and I guess that I say that putting affordability to one side, but it just means that potentially you can go out to market and potentially get a much more cost-effective response to a package of work that the contractor knows they have it, and then they've got another piece of work, and it just ensures longevity of work for their staff and a whole bunch of things that just make the constructability a lot easier.
So to the question I asked about early in the long-term plan, what certainty does that give to the figures as opposed to doing it later?
Oh, so one of the things that I've actually put at the bottom of the report is cost now versus cost later. I talked earlier on with the transport maintenance contract about a CPI change of about 24% since 2020. So I guess that was the caveat that I'd put in that paper, that the costs are the costs now as the work that Glenn and I have done now, but they would have to be readjusted if it was put off or restarted again in another 4 years' time. So I think that's really important to say that, because I think sometimes figures in the long-term plan look immovable, and they don't, because prices change, and yeah.
And so the third part of that was the OPEX, apart from interest and depreciation in the first number of years.
Yep. Yep. So I had a good think about that, and I think we'd probably be looking at about 200,000 on OPEX costs. One of the things that is slightly different on this project for us is not having co-funding from NZTA. And whilst that might hurt in terms of the cash that comes in, it actually makes that front end a lot easier and in most cases a lot cheaper, dare I say it. So your OPEX costs tend to be lower because you don't have to go through that prolonged NZTA business case process, and it is quite a long process through the you always want a business case, but the NZTA one is quite long. So I had to think and thought it'd probably be about 200,000 to stand it up on OPEX. Then I'd probably want to go into, then you would be looking at knowing perfectly where your design was, what you were building, where you were, how much fill you needed, and then you'd be capitalising the project from there on in.
So just to be clear, there's a positive in not having co-funding and that you can do it cheaper, not the standard less, but you can do it differently. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm always really nervous saying that, but yes, at the front end, it does tend to make things cheaper and somewhat more straightforward.
And I've got one other question for you, and that's the two options, seaward and landward, just so everyone understands what that means. They're costed differently, the landward being more to be more cost effective, and the one the community supports. But can you just explain?
So the seaward option goes round quite a cutting that has some complicated geographical features, some complicated land features, but also goes through an area that we know that we are finding is having some failure in weather events in particular. So when Glenn and I walked it out, we thought that it would probably be better. It would still achieve the same functionality, and better from a resilience perspective to push it towards the land side.
Does that also address the safety of students at the school? Yep. Microphone.
Makes the crossing less complicated, still achieves the same outcome, and then doesn't bring with it that complexity that we would have from a geographical land, and we all know that we had a slip through that area in the October flood event. Yeah.
Thank you. And one more question, if I may, maybe for the Chief or it may be for Ms Morand. So in terms of Te Taki Hauru, how does the promise made to mana whenua, how does that fit with Te Taki Hauru?
I think that neither myself or Ms Morand are best placed to answer that, but you've had correspondence from the Runaka, which I think is probably a better answer than I can give.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Just looking at the construction costs, it's on page 411, and there's a cost per K, I guess I'm putting it down to, and I did the easy one first, which talked about Portobello to Weir Road, and it was 2 Ks, and on the landward side, on the landward side it was basically $1.8 million per kilometre, and then on the Tidewater to Ellison Road that was approximately 1.9 per kilometre, and then when we look at the Ellison Road to Otako Fisheries, that's $8 million for 700 metres, and I just couldn't do the percentage points in that time. I'm making an assumption that it's the sea wall that's adding in that rather huge cost. Did we look at applying for any resilience funding around that, because that is the most expensive bit, and certainly the most expensive bit per kilometre, and it's really messy at the moment. But did we look at getting any resilience money, because that's the biggest chunk that we're being asked to fund first. So it costs a lot.
If I might answer that question in a couple of ways. The first one is the Otako section is the most complicated section. It is the section that needs the most resilience work, if you like. It needs the road, it needs the cycleway, it needs a seawall. It is much more complex than the inland section, or indeed the section past the school. The resilience, we did apply for funding as part of the Crown Infrastructure Resilience Fund, and I think I'm using that term correctly, but there are a lot of terms that are similar in nature. That we did get some minor work for places like Harrington Point and indeed Marne Street, but that fund from NZTA, which has got about a 70% FAR rate, will only cover things under $2 million. So they're looking at the low-hanging resilience work that you can find, and I think that, and it certainly I don't even think you would get away with breaking it down and putting it through that fund.
My next question is just around, we're just talking about the NZTA subsidy, and that currently it's not available for, so shall we say, cycleways. So if it had been available, would this section possibly have cost $4 million? Is my maths sort of right there?
If it had been available, it would have been a 51% funding assistance rate.
So I'll just put a cat in the pigeons here. If we were to decide to do it without adding the shared path in, and I'm just putting this in there for comparison of costs, would that cut the cost down a lot or not?
So it would. It might on the section at Otako, but essentially the Portobello section is pushing the road corridor out and putting a cycle path alongside it, because it's already going through an area that's not affected by, or is not at risk of being overtopped like the Fisheries Wharf is. The inland section is the same. It's inland, it's away from the coast. The road needs to be a little bit widened, and there needs to be a shared path to connect that shared path all along through. So, I mean, you could, if you were to say take away the shared path, you'd be taking away two sections of it. And if you were to take away the shared path from the Fisheries Wharf section, that might save some money, maybe.
I'm just teasing out some options here, because I've driven along that around the Otako Fisheries Corner, and when I was working out at the Albatross Colony, we're talking 5+ years ago, I was always complaining about that corner and then the one next to it, which is being eaten away. So I'm just, if this resolution didn't pass, if the resolution that's going to be on the table didn't pass, then it's like, well, how on earth do we get this dangerous piece of road fixed? So there's nothing in the budget to fix the dangerous bit of road currently, is there? No.
All right, next question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, it's relatively similar but slightly different, but I'll ask it anyway. So I'm also concentrating on the Elson Road to Otako Fisheries Corner, and it'd be fair to say that it is complicated, but it's also really important in terms of resilience, and not just resilience for communities, but also resilience for probably some of our most important tourist attractions. Would that be right?
Yeah, I think I did put in the paper about the importance of that area for tourism. Yes, yep.
Okay, Councillor O'Malley.
Oh, it's just really following it from Councillor Barker, who I think was just, I wouldn't say kicking the tyres, but trying out different ideas. By the time you get in the water and you've consented to go do work that's in the water, that's already very expensive up front, is it not? So once you're in there, you might as well build it to the full spec.
Yeah, I might jump in there as well, and that's I think right at the heart of this project when it first started was road safety, and that was road safety for all users. So you did right. Once you're in the water, it's expensive. So you're adding the shared path on is scalable, not that much more expensive, I guess.
And then my next question is Tidewater Drive to Ellison Road. Would the shared path have to be near the road at that point? You've got quite a lot of, I mean, with the road corridor is defined, but I know there's development going on in that area on those dunes around the golf course. So does the shared path even have to be by the road at that point?
I mean, no, it doesn't have to be, Council. I guess probably the assumptions that we went under there were that you had an existing alignment that had some thought into its, for want of a better word, ground bearing capacity, and that you could extend the shoulder of that road to accommodate a cycle path without it doing too much work around that. But it doesn't have to be, no.
Thought as we go forward, because I have a feeling it's going to get funded. So.
Councillor Vandervis.
We've heard about about fixing a dangerous piece of road, and obviously there's some pretty sharp corners all the way down the peninsula. Do we have accident data on the particular piece of road that wants to be fixed? How many crashes have been there? Do we have any data on that?
Yeah, no, I do. I can send that to you. I think I may have had that as part of another piece that I did on the peninsula. Yeah, I can send it to you. Yep.
Does it meet NZTA criteria for financing of fixing a safety issue?
No, but NZTA, well, interestingly, NZTA criteria to get a safety issue in the priority list unfortunately relies on deaths and serious injuries. Which is terrible to say aloud, really, to prioritise that accordingly. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check whether there have been any deaths and serious injuries in that area.
But you would agree that in terms of prioritising things, deaths and serious injuries do happen in other parts of the city, which the NZTA would rightly want to prioritise.
That's how they prioritise our low cost, low risk work program. Yeah.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just before my question, that the first question is, do you recall the photographic evidence that came as one of the submissions on this issue around safety? There were some pictures that submitters shared with us of the difficulties on that corner in particular. So that's all in the record somewhere. My wider question, though, is since the very beginning of this work on from Shore Street north, and obviously the first section was before your time by a long time, but there has always been a concern from iwi about encroachment onto the harbour and loss of water volume and so on. And that issue was a major issue in the early days. But subsequently, to facilitate the work that we've now seen, those concerns were put aside in the interests of community safety and betterment, really. I assume, or can I assume, that that same attitude applies to, given what we've had in submissions from parties associated with the marae, that same attitude of trying to help facilitate this work will prevail?
With all of our work, we'll partner with mana whenua for the best outcomes of mana whenua and the community.
Councillor Gary.
My understanding was this was consented already, but I wanted to ask you about near misses with accidents. We've had local people tell us of near misses. Those are not counted, are they, in the...
No, Councillor, they're not. The things that are counted in the NZTA crash database are non-injury crashes, minor crashes, deaths in serious, but no near misses.
And non-injury that are reported. And there's not room for 2 cruise ship buses to pass on that bit of road, are there? No, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I check, under NZTA or Waka Kotahi criteria, is population something they look at when they're looking, to decide what they'd spend the money? I know they've pulled the money now on that anyway, but...
A point of order, the money wasn't pulled, Mr Mayor. It was never funded. This section was never funded by...
Yeah, that's correct.
NZTA will use population as a basis to understand how many people would commute, for example, which then gets turned into a monetary economic benefit that gets offset against the total capital cost of the project. So yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Gary mentioned before that this was already consented. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it is. We have, if I'm picking up on Councillor Gary's point before, this has always been called the unfunded section of the Peninsula Connection, which is, and we're currently going through the boardwalk, which is in the same position. So I guess the work has happened kind of based on the assumption that it carries on.
When the contract was done for, like, say, Fulton Hogan, was it, who did the work on the rest of the peninsula? Or?
I think it was a variety of 2 different contractors, yeah.
Then funding from why 100%? We've got this in here, I think, haven't we? But why didn't we continue? Just where the government didn't give us the rest of the money, was it?
So sure. In the paper, I can't remember the year it was, but there was a definite point where Waka Kotahi said in their board paper that they were not going to co-fund beyond the Portobello School, and the paper tries to tell a story about, because there's a long history here of where the funding has been, where it's gone, where the co-funding has been and where it's gone throughout, 15 years?
So when the budgets were done for this initially, it was expected that this area included in the whole lot would get the Waka Kotahi funding. Is that fair to say or not?
Councillor, I think Ms Benson has done her best to answer it and as the front end of that report, it details the funding history, which is complex, and so I don't know that there's anything more staff can add at this point.
All right, Councillor O'Malley.
I was just clarifying the deaths and serious injuries stuff. Sitting on the Regional Transport Committee, you see these road statuses change, and if there's been no death or serious injury, a road goes from being safe to dangerous, and then there's no more deaths, and then it goes back to safe again, right? But the actual road never changed once, and I think we need to keep that in mind, right? When we talk about has the NZTA classified this as dangerous or not, doesn't necessarily tell us much about the actual activity. A good example is a boy goes into a windscreen at Waitati, right? It doesn't really change the intersections safety change in NZTA's views. Correct?
It certainly is no. It certainly is not addressing risk either.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, and I think this is from Ms. Moran, looking after Enterprise Dunedin, just about the visitor numbers on the road. And my understanding is that there are 500,000 visitors that go to Otago Peninsula, and I've heard that around 300,000 of those go past Otago to the various attractions like the Albatross, the Blue Penguins, Nature's Wonders, and the Opera Penguins. Would that be about the right figure?
I can't quote numbers precisely, but it would be that volume of traffic that we're looking at, yes.
And the other question, many years ago, ecotourism was valued, or the value of ecotourism to Dunedin was about 100 million, and that was in, 2010. The figures that are being used at the moment are around $200 million. Do you, in your esteemed opinion, do you think that $200 million worth of the ecotourism value is about right?
Again, I can't be precise, but it sounds accurate, yeah.
Councillor Gary.
A couple of things. Ms Benson, does Wakatahi's criteria take into account major tourism attractions and the treaty? Although James Cagle did reference that in the RLTP, but when they're looking at the criteria in the business case, are those taken into account?
When you get close to the New Zealand NZTA Economic Evaluation Manual, which is the machine that spits out the money, then there are some very, very tangible financial economic benefits that you need to demonstrate, and tourism is not one of them.
So are you aware that back in 2014-15 the order was that the section which is deemed 1 in the paper, the Otago bus stop or Allison's Road to the Fisheries Corner, that was actually number 1 in the order, and then Mana Whenua were approached to ask if they would agree to a different order because staff were trying to get most of the project over the line and several bits did not fit the criteria and were going to weaken the business case. Mana Whenua agreed on the understanding that the project would be completed, and the intention originally was to complete it under OPEX. Are you aware of those things from your research?
Yeah, so I have. I actually have had quite a long conversation with Mike from now Waititi. Who was here, and he did talk about some of the complexities associated with getting the sections done and getting them co-funded, and you can see that through the literature in the report as well. Clearly, what everyone is trying to do is get as much as they can done inside of those parameters that you need to work within to get the co-funding.
We appear to have covered all the questions. All right, so we have a prior to the meeting, a resolution had been received, so that resolution will be go up on the wall. And the projects to be delivered in year 2, 3, 4. I would like to propose an amendment to that resolution.
First you need to get it moved.
Yes, so do we have a mover for the resolution?
I'm moving it, and
Councillor Wiley seconding, and I'd like to now propose an amendment to that resolution, and that is simply that the projects will be delivered in years 3, 6, 9. And the primary reason for that is the likelihood of getting co-funding for portions of their build. And so as the economic situation in the country improves, it's likely that there will be more money available for transportation. The current government is putting an emphasis on transport. They're funding major projects, but next they'll be looking at regional deals and smaller projects, and I think that by giving a bit of time for the economic situation to improve, we can get started in year 3, but we've got a much better chance of getting funding for the remaining sections, because all of the other sections of the Peninsula Connection have received a good quantity of co-funding from government. Oh, so, well, just explain it. Is there anyone that would like to second that? Nobody. Councillor
Fine.
Eklund.
Just can you clarify the procedure, please? Has this motion been moved?
Yes.
Yes.
The motion's been moved and seconded.
Right.
And so now we've got an amendment, which I'm just getting the GSO to write up.
Right.
An amendment
Fine.
To C.
Just C, that's all.
It's amending C.
Just to stretch it out a bit.
Can I just ask if some other councillors might think that 258 was better, and I hate to be negotiating on the numbers, would we then have to move an amendment for that?
I'm fully open to negotiation on the numbers. 258 is achieving the same thing,
So,
and putting it in the middle of each. I'm
So,
happy
Mr.
with
Mayor,
258.
In terms of process, given that you've got a moved motion and a moved and seconded amendment, I would suggest you have an adjournment now, and it may be that you decide with the leave of the meeting that you want to remove the amendment. So I just think now you're in a procedural situation where you need to. So I'd suggest an adjournment, and we take some procedural advice, and we come back and we give effect to that.
Okay, let's do that.
Can I just ask a question about that, please?
Yeah. Councillor Walker.
When you get that advice or take that advice, would you do you consider the fact that it would be the normal process for the mover to actually speak to the motion before anyone could move an amendment?
I have to check standing orders if that's a requirement as well. Yep. So I will check because So
we'll have some procedural advice and then we'll resume. So all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So.
guess if you're not taking anything else into account, just the monetary cost of deferring another 4 years. I guess the old adage of capital investment is that the cheapest time to build it is now. So while I was originally relatively comfortable with this, I'm now heading towards 2, 3, 4 myself.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I come from a similar perspective, and I was worried when the original amendment came up, because the first thing that hit my head was, what about inflation? We're very keen around this table to talk about how inflation has impacted on so much of what we've done in recent years. We've had the stats from staff talking about the building costs going up 20, 30, 40%. So like Councillor O'Malley, I'm really reluctant to support something that may take a cost we're looking at now to that outer year 8, how much that will cost. And of course, Councillor O'Malley also touches on an important point, that in terms of that continuity of building, it seems very, very logical to me. If you're going to build something to this extent, you do it contiguously. You don't start breaking it into little bits. Again, we've talked consistently around this table about the benefits of having a contractor in place to do things in a contiguous way.
Councillor Vandervis.
The continuous argument is quite valid. However, the argument for this particular piece of contiguous is not valid at all. If we are to build, the cheapest time to build it is now, to quote Councillor O'Malley, is blatantly, in my view, untrue. We have a situation where the money value that we have now is going to get less with every year of inflation that comes forward. The money that we spend earlier is going to have that many more years of interest accruing to it, which at least offsets your inflationary problem. So when you've got the money to spend and you're not having to borrow to do it, certainly the cheapest time to build it is now, but we are at the limits of debt now. We cannot properly fund so many things, starting from Aurora and going through a whole lot of other issues. We are in the situation where this particular spend, and it's a massive spend, doesn't meet any NZTA monetary benefit. It doesn't meet any of the safety requirements compared to prioritising anywhere else. The claim that there have been a lot of near misses there and that someone's gone off their bicycle and landed in the harbour, none of those things make any sense in terms of us fairly distributing the ratepayers' money to areas of priority elsewhere in the city. This part of the city, the peninsula, has had far more spending on it than any other part of the city, none of it with real business case priority as I see it, and this last bit down the very end doesn't serve any large number of people.
Yes,
you can't do it.
This debate's only for the amendment. Councillor Eklund was only as to whether to make the amendment.
The reason I'm seconded the amendment is because of the timing factor. It may well be that if you build it now, it is cheaper. But let's just say you did the whole lot all at once. The operational cost of that is 1.6 million per year, effective immediately once you've done the work. So I don't buy into the fact that it's cheaper to do it now. I think that we need to be far more financially prudent here, to the extent that the iwi have told us themselves that they are happy for this to be staged. So why not stage it? If it's so important that it gets done, and I see people shaking their heads, Edward Allison has told us himself that he is happy for this to be staged. So the way that I see this is that we have to be watching the rates increase, because it's an impact on everybody in the city, not just the residents in this part of the city. I appreciate the tourism side, and I might just use my whole 2 minutes here and just give an example of a family member of mine, a very close family member of mine who lives down that way, had a car accident recently. She slipped in the wet and had a choice to hit the harbour or to hit the bank in the side. She chose the bank at the side. She was a little bit bruised and battered around afterwards. I said, what happened? She said, I was being a local and driving far too fast. It was my fault, she said. She also went on to say that there are parts of the roads down there that are not that safe, but signage would go a long way to warning people and avoiding some of these near misses that are talked about. Anyway, I'm getting back to the money factor and I'm supporting this amendment.
Councillor Wiley.
I will be supporting 234, so I won't be supporting 258. I know the community board very much want to focus on a continuous project of work and not a staging program. So the key is, we need to get this done. So, I will not support 258.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So staging, in terms of what has been commented on by Edward Allison, is 1 year after the other and not all in the same year. So that is what I understand as Edward's opinion on this, or view on this. I just want to be really clear because I had some questions in the break which I asked the staff, and the staff are very clear that the costs earlier on, sooner, are more reliable. We can be more certain of those, and a continuous package, as you heard, of 1 year after the other means that you can get cost efficiencies, which is what we're after. And I think everyone around the table, most people around the table understand that this project needs to be finished. So what we're talking about is the years it's delivered in. So the costs are more reliable, and we've seen that already in this particular project. They're more reliable the earlier on you do them. That's why I put up 2, 3, 4. Year 1 is around the design. And so everyone is really, really clear. Waka Kotahi was never going to fund these sections. They do not meet the criteria, because it doesn't take into account things like tourism. And in terms of alternative funding, I can say categorically, and I checked with the staff about their interpretation, there is a level of confidence that there will be no alternative funding where this will fit. We've tried before, and our best chance, staff have worked really hard over a number of years in the background trying to find alternative funding. Our best shot was shovel ready. We were truly shovel ready. We're working on one section and the workforce was ready to go, and we could have just gone on and finished this. It was the top project in 10 applications our staff made, and we didn't get money for any of them. The money went up north. So I have a level of confidence on that. And finally, the community wants certainty. They don't want this stretched out into yet another triennium where another council might decide to change it. They want the contract let, and they want to know they have certainty.
Right. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. This work actually started in the 90s with the section from the Inlet to Burns Point, which you know from looking at it now is a much more rudimentary design, narrower, and didn't have the advantage of raising the road, let alone touching the seawall, as much of the subsequent work did. I think it's important to realise that this work, despite what was said earlier, is for the benefit of the whole city. It's one of the most significant developments that's happened in Dunedin for decades, and it's going to remain one of the gems that drive and that path, one of the gems of what we have in terms of our infrastructure. And for goodness sake, it's the access to arguably our two most important, or some of our most important wildlife attractions, to say nothing of the issues around safety, the condition of the road, and the toing and froing that's happened over decades. I can remember the anguish that Tony Avery had when he was working for us and having to change the priorities and the musical chairs around which section was going to get done first. It's really easy to agree to get it on with it, but I just cannot countenance suggestions of further delay. This is really important, logical work. It contributes hugely to how the city operates and what it does to attract visitors and to support locals, and I certainly won't be supporting the amendment.
All right. With that, we'll put the amendment. We'll put the amendment. Look, so this is it, that the projects will be delivered in years 2, 5 and 8. I think we'll have to take it by division because there'll be several for and several against. So we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Abstain.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
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 Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
And abstain. No, yeah, true.
Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vanderbiss.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Motion lost. 9 for with 1 abstention. 2 abstentions, sorry. 2. Yeah, 2. Yep. 9 5. Yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Righto, so let's move on to the substantive motion or the complete motion, which as it sits. So, Councillor Gary, would you speak to your
Thank you,
motion,
Mr
please?
Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking staff, both present and past, who've worked tirelessly around this project, and to thank the current staff for their research, their forensic research on the history. It will be no surprise that this has come to the long-term plan. We've had a consistent message in our submissions from the community. We've had a consistent message from the community, and at the annual plan I'm just going to carry on and you can sort that. We've had a consistent message from the community with wide perspectives at the annual plan, and 20 years of consultation, and to Councillor Houlihan's point yesterday, we have consulted and consulted and consulted with the community. Chairs Irene Skur, John Bellamy, myself and Paul Pope currently, and more recently councillors Neville Peat and currently Councillor Wiley have all delivered the same message and advocated. So what is this? It's the delivery, the completion of what many consider to be a world-class asset. So the facts are that it's a safety improvement project. It was called the Portobello Harrington Point Road Safety Improvement Project. The clue is in the name. The first section in the priority list is considered to be the most dangerous on the peninsula, and that's why it was number 1 in the order. It's the sole link to 4 visitor attractions, and it's a lifeline for locals. It is the only way in and out for locals, and it's a matter of resilience as well. There is a real risk of accident in terms of cruise ship, large tour buses, and the fear is that we have tremendous reputational risk here and a culpability if God help us all, if there's a tragedy with a tour bus going in. It's something that the community has mentioned to us.
Point of order.
Yes.
Misrepresentation. We do not have a liability because of a safety issue, as it doesn't meet NZTA priority safety lists.
Moral liability, Mr. Mayor, and that's
well, look, you didn't say moral liability. Uphold the point of order. Just please change it to moral liability. Very good. And
I don't think that this is accurate.
Well, no, sorry, you were already speaking before it was started, actually. You've spoken more than 2 minutes. Just wind up, thank you.
There's economic benefit, and we've heard about some of that. Economic benefit, and we've heard about that. But most of all, a promise was made to the community and to mana whenua. And we've had the costs. The timing is really important, and the community are all on board with both the change in order and the timing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. The executive summary states that it has always been intended to complete the Peninsula connection when government funding is approved. My view is that yes, of course the completion of this project should be a priority, yet it should be done once and done right, with all the appropriate connections and upgrades completed at the same time as the road and cycling upgrades are carried out. The money to complete this work is simply not budgeted for, and therefore should not be supported at this time. I come back to financial discipline, which is hard when we are always referring to safety concerns. I sincerely hope government listens to our concerns and hopefully sooner than later will provide appropriate support for this project to be completed. It has been said, what about inflation? Well, I'm sorry, I say, what about no government funding and the added cost to the ratepayer? I will not be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora koromatua. As Opuku Edward Elephant has pointed out numerous times, we're talking about years of near misses. I understand what a near miss is like. My community has experienced this. This road serves much more than just the locals. It's an asset for visitors to connect with our wildlife, one of the draw cards to our beautiful city. And larger than all that, Otako is a place of identity, the location of the marae and part of the Māori reserve lands, part of the tents in the treaty agreements. The ability for people to live and thrive on their land. And also, this is a pivotal safety improvement. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Didn't even have a hand up, but I'll speak anyway as I write some notes down. Yeah, thank you for this motion, and I don't need to remind Councillor Gary that we've been here forever on this, and she, along with many, many others, including mana whenua, the community board, everyone in Dunedin who now talks about Te Aka Otako, the Around Harbour Path, as one of the great jewels in our crown. And go figure, guys, it is one of the great jewels in our town. As I've mentioned, and I'll keep mentioning again through this process, something we're very happy to proudly put on photographs and talk about when we promote the city. But hey, are we going to fund the completion? Let's hope this passes. I have the pleasure every day pretty much of cycling Te Ara Moana, the part of Te Aka Otako that takes me from here to my whare back in Kopatai Port Chalmers, and what a joy it is. And I say cycle because it's important to remember this fact, that on the path I take home, about 5 to 6 to 7% of us cycle. The vast majority of people walk, run, push their wheelchair, push their pram, recreate, and this will be the same on the peninsula side as well. So it's not a cycleway, it's a shared path, and the word shared is important. It's for everyone in our community to remove. It's about safety, it's really about resilience, it's about a promise, it's about tourism, 500,000 people. Am I right on that, Councillor Barker? 300,000 people visit the peninsula every year. That's a heck of a lot of people visiting our key tourism infrastructure, and it's about completing, at long last, fingers crossed, something we've been working on since 1995. I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've driven down that road like many others, and there is an issue with surface coastal erosion. There will be, and there is a little bit now. I know the area quite well. However, there are areas like that in Brighton. There are areas like that in other parts of our city as well. I do think this part of the road will need to be repaired at some point. And it's correct, it will eventually be a safety issue if the water comes right over it and we can't, people can't drive along there. There's no denying that. So I agree. I think this area needs to be fixed at some point. However, I can't support it getting done right now when this cost, just to let the public know, the cost of this is $18.5 million. As I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong, this comes out of a CapEx budget, which equates to 7.7% on rates. Now, I can't look...
No, Councillor.
The councillor is wrong.
It's not 7% of rates. Just say it comes out of the CapEx budget.
18.5 divided by 2.
No.
You don't pay it off in the year. You pay the interest on it.
OPEX.
God, how many years have been?
Yeah. And Councillor, CapEx drives debt. OPEX drives rates.
Right. So okay. So this is going to add in 18.5 million debt. Is that correct then? Yeah. If it was OPEX.
A microphone. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 18.5 million debt, and if it was OPEX, then that amount, the 18.5, which it's not, would be 7.7, would equate to 7.7% debt.
Don't go there, Councillor.
Well,
Councillor, don't go there because it's wrong.
Okay, well, that was the figure I got given, was 2.4. Is that not correct?
Look,
correct. It's correct for things that are rates funded, but this is not rates funded, Councillor.
If it was, that's what it would be.
Don't go there.
Yeah,
Councillor.
okay, that's fine. So carrying on.
You've got 10 seconds, Councillor.
Carrying on, 22 million has been taken out of this budget for the Cycle Tunnels Trust. They have also been waiting years and years and years. 17 million has been taken out of these budgets for a professional theatre. They have also been waiting years and years and years. We need to look at the whole city and work out priorities, because right now we've got people missing out, and is it fair or reasonable? I think this needs to be done, but do we need to do it right now?
All right. Councillor Wiley.
I'm sorry, but I thought we were doing a pre-engagement draft annual plan meeting, not a final decision-making meeting. So, you know what, the community will come and tell us what they agree with and what they disagree with. So I think that's the important factor straight off the bat. I want to thank Councillor Gary for bringing this motion to the table, but I also want to speak on behalf of the Peninsula Community Board, who have been consistently supportive of this motion and getting this work done. We've heard from Chairman Paul Pope and other community board members numerous times, and who can forget Hawani Lansbury's photos and video evidence of the challenges of the road last year. I recall that this section of road was supposed to be the first section completed, and I want to see this work done, and I want to see this work done as quickly and as appropriately as it can be, and actually at the most cost-effective ability it can be. So 2, 3 and 4 really ticks those boxes. It's not going to meet everybody's sense of what is value and what should be done, but it's the right outcome for the community and for our city.
Councillor Vandevers.
Our city has much higher safety priorities than this. Our city has much higher debt priorities than this. Our city is not in a position to be throwing $20 million odd at a road project that is going to make no difference at all to the 300,000 tourists that bus in and out or drive in and out to the peninsula. Our city should be even-handedly spending rates for the benefit of the city as a whole. There is no valid safety criteria for doing this. The peninsula has already had 10 years of far more money spent on its road than any other part of the city, and it's because we have a lot of squeaky hinges on the peninsula with their hand out.
Point of order, that is extremely disrespectful to the community when we ask the community to engage with us. Mr. Mayor.
I will uphold that point of order. Please just rephrase it.
In my view, this peninsula has been overrepresented on this council. I'm sorry about using the phrase that I used before. Vastly overrepresented in spending by this council at the expense of the rest of Greater Dunedin. We cannot afford to simply keep debt funding these kind of projects when they have no safety priority, when they have no waka kotahi funding, when in fact the only real reason for doing it is to serve the interests of a very small part of people on the peninsula, most of whom have already had their road massively upgraded. This is just the few hundred at the end that still haven't.
Councillor Ackland.
I said most of what I had to say before, but I'll say this part again. The operational costs on this, once you get to year 4, and i.e. once it's all done, is 1.6 million per year, forever. Not just for 5 years or 10 years, forever. So in other words, every 5 years, it's costing us $8 million in operational costs. So I'm sorry, I don't swallow the fact that if you wait, it becomes unaffordable or it becomes a lot more expensive, and it's better to do it quickly, because the opportunity down the line further could be to get the government funding to help soften it. So it's strictly the operational cost of this, which I'll say it again, 1.6 million every year, ongoing forever.
Yep, and I think this is quite a distressing thing, because this proposal, especially putting in years 2, 3 and 4, now puts us over the debts parameter for the meeting. So it means we're going with over 10% on rates in the first 3 years. So I can't support it. Back to you, Councillor Gary. Oh, okay, sorry. I saw a motion from a wave or something from Councillor Fiso earlier and didn't pick it up, but also Councillor Barker. Yes. So, Councillor Fiso first.
2 minutes, very quick. So I abstained from the first one because I actually think we don't have enough information to make a good decision here, because I saw Councillor Gary's email to the finance manager to ask a question about the impact on the rates, and we don't have that information. I have to talk fast. I don't think that 1.x million is forever, because depreciation is high at the start, then goes down, so we don't have those figures either. I want to talk on behalf of not just the small numbers of people that Councillor Vandervis referred to, but there are actually thousands of people employed in tourism, which brings in ecotourism $200 million into the city. We have 500,000 visitors to the peninsula, 300,000 to Taiaroa Head, and this will make a difference to the number of visitors because it quickly gets round about the terrible road out to Taiaroa Head, and I've talked to the bus drivers, I know they hate the road, so it is an important road safety project. I have real challenges around the way that it will be phased and how much it will cost, and that is why I abstained from the first, because I actually think we need more information. However, I will support this for the purposes of consultation and so that we can get more and better information in the next few months coming up, because otherwise I would have abstained, and I realise that I'm probably a vote sitting in the middle. So that's why I will support this motion.
Great. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to, again, as Councillor Gary has said, thank the staff. And particularly Ms Benson's answering of the questions and prepared to take a risk and maybe saying something that that officers shouldn't say normally. And I'd like to thank the mover and seconder, and particularly Councillor Gary for her ongoing advocacy in this space, and also Councillor Wiley giving voice to the community board. I sometimes wonder when people talk about the ratepayer, who they're talking about. And as I've said before, mana whenua are ratepayers too. And some of the discussions that that we've had in the past is like the ratepayer and people who ask us for grants. Let's have them do a fundraiser in George Street or something, like they're on the take. Excuse me, this is Māori land. Always has been, always will be. And for me, this issue is not about safety, although they are major concerns. This is about, as Councillor Mayhem has said, this is about our relationship and our honour as a treaty partner. And mana whenua have been waiting and waiting and waiting. And it would be really nice in this era of Treaty Principles Bill and Regulatory Services Bill, and having made a submission last year, it would be really nice for the City Council just to, in terms of this, stop thinking about money, stop thinking about, I don't know, interest and depreciation and all that crap. I mean, it's necessary, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is us coming to terms with our history and how the city got established and how we are in local government. Because the 1852 Constitution Act passed in the British Parliament allowed the Crown to move out of the way.
Point of order. Irrelevant to the 25.2, irrelevant to the discussion, and incorrect, misleading.
Time is up.
My speech, yeah. Kia ora.
Interesting enough, I'm just going to continue. So the actual population demographic decisions you would make in infrastructure would actually stop everything at Portobello, and that's actually why everything generally does stop at Portobello. The decision to carry on past and go around to Otako is in fact a product of our treaty relationships and obligations to the area. That's one of the considerations. And
Point of order. Because 25.2, misinformation. The Dunedin City Council has no obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi. We have obligations only to the Local Government Act. We do not have any obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi as claimed.
Golly, that's a fairly technical one, because we do talk about having a treaty partnership. So look, I think it's mission impossible to decide on the legal ruling of that at this stage. So I think I'll leave you, I won't uphold the point of order because we do have a treaty partnership, so you carry
Moving
on, but
anyway,
I think just
the next consideration to take into account that it is not only used by the residents of the area, but in fact I myself drive out to Tairoa Head with enough frequency to consider this a full city amenity. It is actually amenity used by the whole city, and not only tourists, because I think one thing we always forgot is actually we use it a lot. Dunedin people drive that road a lot, as we are some of the tourists. And the other thing about completing this side of the harbour, and I just want to bring this up, is if we get all the way out to Tairoa Head with this quality road on this side, it will then do us for the next at least 50 to 75 years. We've got the other side of the harbour to consider now, because Aramoana is actually very isolated, and we're going to have to make considerations about what to do about that road later. So part of me also says, let's just finish this off properly. We're ticking off a whole heap of things we need to tick off. There's actually a broad benefit across the whole of the city for doing this, and it does another thing, completes the job all the way down to the end.
Okay, back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To Councillor Houlihan's point, completion was to be, when it was taken out of the business case for Wakatahi, through OPEX, but of course the costs rose. Councillor Walker is correct, it's not a cycleway project or a the shared path was an add-on, it's a safety improvement project, and thanks to the staff, the costs were wrangled down from 24 million to 18.5 million as an option. Colleagues, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is stage one of where the rubber meets the road. Stage two will be our deliberations, and I'm sure the community is going to go and come and speak to us. Just to be clear, the road is raised to accommodate sea level rise. And we've already felt the effects of climate change and will continue to do so at increased frequency. In the October weather event, the middle section, the second section, the inland section was flooded. Mana whenua have waited a very long time, and they were incredibly gracious and clear when they negotiated the change in order and said yes, reluctantly we would be prepared to let the order be changed, but we expect this to be finished. And that was the agreement. That was the agreement we made with them. And remember, the third section is in fact next to a school. The community is looking for clarity of commitment, and they will turn out in volumes as they always have. It's a priority to the community, it's a priority for the city. And as to the importance of the road, we know the impact of when the single access was blocked previously. And as to the potential, when it's finished, it will be near marathon length, and if you then double back to the stadium, you've got marathon length. And imagine the possibilities. And I always remember Michael Harrison reminding me of that fact. And one thing that hasn't been considered in terms of the OPEX costs is the cost of repairing it when it breaches, and that is what is happening right now and will continue to happen with climate change. So to summarise, this is about investing in the city in a whole of city amenity. It's about addressing safety and risk. It's about finishing what we've started. And yes, we do have really hard choices to make, colleagues. We all understand around the fiscal challenges. And what I believed was going to happen, and I know will, in terms of the figures, Councillor Barker, we are to have a wash-up at the end of each day and an update, I should say, an update at the end of each day around the impact of our decisions on the rates, and then at the end of our 3 days, we'll have a wash-up motion where we can change anything we've decided. So just to remind you of that and encourage you to vote for this. And finally, not only finishing what we've started, but delivering on a promise. That is important. That is pivotal. And I greet Edward Allison, who is watching, and members of the community who are watching and have been steadfast and clear and consistent.
Thank you. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mr Mayor.
No.
Carried 9-6.
Good. Moving on.
There's one item on the end of the agenda that is time sensitive
All
that
right.
we are going to have to do today.
Let's do it now.
Change of dates for the waste minimisation plan.
So where is that? On the end
So
of
the very
page
last-
2?
Yes, near the very end, we need to just approve the consultation.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I just need to have a quick agenda chat with Mr Mayor. There's an item, just so you're aware, page 554 of the second volume, which is the draft waste minimisation plan, needs signed off by you today if you're going to do it, so we can start consultation tomorrow. So apologies. So just if we could maybe, with your leave, Mr Mayor, take 5 minutes and we can look at a plan for the rest of them. That we can leave till the 11th.
All in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Look, councillors, including Councillor Mayhem. Page 49, item 49, page 543. This is public consultation dates for the draft waste minutes. Yes, we have it moved by Deputy Mayor Lucas, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. Do you have anything to say on it? Right, but we've got it moved and said we've got no questions, I can tell. So there we go. So looking at, yes, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, let's move to item on the same book, item 36, page 300. No? You go to City Properties. Right. Well, I thought regulatory was going to be an easy one, you said, on the same book. Okay, maybe not. Pay, item, quiet please, nobody talking. 19. Item 19, page 473. 473. We have questions. Ms. Nielsen, who's got any questions? Oh, nothing to say? No? Any questions? Councillor Vandevers.
On page 477, you're proposing an operating budget based on a 3.3% increase in rent on community housing. That is to get us to a 10% subsidy of the housing. What rent increase would be required for us not to subsidise social housing as it used to be some time ago?
Approximately 18%.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 478, you talk about parking fees. I thought we were going to look at and consider Sunday parking fees. Was that something that was considered?
We did do the basic calculations, if you like, bearing in mind that it's hard to know what the occupancy would be like on a Sunday if it was charged, but we worked out it would be approximately 150,000 revenue.
Okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Same page, number 57, around the Tarwell. You've got there about working with the Ministry for the Environment, and a remediation approach has been developed and will be presented to Council for consideration soon. I have come to learn that soon can mean many, many different things. Is there any indication of what, in this instance, soon actually means?
Yes, there is, and I can talk to that probably at a maybe a future ISCOM meeting.
When you say future...
Soon! No, yes, I'm happy to talk at the next ISCOM meeting.
Councillor Barker.
There's always a few questions. I'll stick on the parking page for a start, paragraph 55, and I'm just looking at the Pacific Radiology building. And did we do a deal there? I'm just curious about why we're leasing parking spots to then charge out, and I just wonder, there's a revenue figure there, but I just wonder what the profit figure is. Like, are we making good money from from leasing that and then charging out the parking?
It was a council decision as part of that development.
So how long have we tied into that for?
There are conversations happening at the minute around this to look at a slightly different arrangement. The conversations happened today, actually. But I am not in a position to provide an update at this point.
I guess I'm just asking for public, will the public be informed? Because people would just have a question, why are you leasing an area to then charge $5 an hour for parking?
That's the decision of council, but we are just looking at, as part of the broader parking management, how we manage that particular piece of parking resource in line with all the other ones. We'll be able to provide a further update once Ms. Nelson today had discussions with Hapai.
Next question is just around the grants and subsidies. So it talks about the increase from 24-25 year. Due to the following changes, and it's got $100,000 Regent Theatre ticketing grant previously included in the community partnership budget. So I'm just a little bit confused because this is for 25-26 carrying on and possibly subject to the grants review. So I just wonder how it can be. So when does the contract end?
It's all linked to stadium ticketing and Live Nation.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask this crazy question. Did we have because I thought someone this morning mentioned a contract with Live Nation that was coming to an end in a year or so. So is this related to that?
No, I don't believe it is in relation to that. So the Regent Theatre, to be clear, get 2 grants from us. One that has always come from Property Services, which is a historic property arrangement grant, and one which was historically known as the ticketing grant. It was part of discussions and negotiations when DVML stepped in to run the Town Hall, Dunedin Centre, and taking on the ticketing arrangement there. So it is currently in perpetuity. It's a contract. Yeah.
So none of those in the Otago Youth Wellness Trust Property Arrangement Grant, is that not part of the grants review then?
As I think we've touched on a little bit in the past, some of the property arrangement grants and some of the things that we call grants in property are not what you would typically consider a grant. There's more of a service level agreement. We've got some work to do in property that we're starting out in the first quarter of this year to start unpicking some of those historic arrangements that have been in place for literally decades and have had several evolutions and slight amendments here and there. So we've got some work to straighten those out, if you like. Regent is one of them.
I think it's probably worth pointing out you already sorted quite a few out.
Yes, we have sorted quite a few out. But
Next question, I think when we were talking about the infrastructure strategy, I mentioned the Edgar Stadium roofing, and I just wonder, I mean, we talked about the short-term solutions, whether there, because this is a 9-year plan, about whether there was a plan for a longer-term solution.
When we came to council with the update report for the Edgar Centre last year, we tried to give a good summary, I guess, of the condition of the Edgar Centre and some of the challenges it has. We also indicated the price range for a new roof, including a redesign, which would be early indications, and these just indications are in the order of 15 million. It's not a simple colour steel roof like for like. It needs a redesign, it needs new purlins and a number of other things. I guess I've not got direction from council or mandate to consider that.
I'm just going to check that it's at some point we would have to make a decision about it. Is it near its end of life that we would need to be thinking about making a decision about it in this long-term plan cycle?
Firstly, we haven't done the work to consider the remaining life of the Edgar Centre, and it probably sits alongside that sports review work and the strategic review work that's been done by the Parks and Rec team to consider the city's wider sports and recreation needs. It's similar to the ice stadium. Without a strategic direction, it's kind of hard for us to say, do we fit that or do we not? So,
and I'd add, I think when we hear back from the South Dunedin team as well, because the location of the Edgar Centre will also impact on the level of investment, see what the adaptation plans are and the options are for the area.
Next question is around the public toilet maintenance increasing 134,000. I don't think there was that much more detail on it. So I know that we're holding the levels of service, but is this because the contract has gone up, or are there other things affecting why the budget's increasing for the public toilet maintenance?
It's a mixture. We have more loos, so they cost more to service. We've had some slight service increases where we've experienced some complaints and a higher user level. And the cost of actually doing the work, the cleaning, does go up because the cleaners are part of the Vulnerable Workers Act and the living wage. So,
sorry for interrupting. Just that quick question that the Port Chalmers was highly hit by the cruise visitors. So is that one of the areas that was given an increased level of service? Awesome, thank you.
Port Chalmers was, but to be honest, a loo's only ever as clean as the last user. So, sorry.
All right.
Welcome to my world.
We finished. Councillor Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just following up on Councillor Barker's question in terms of the Regent Theatre ticketing arrangement, because I was of the understanding that it was for a finite period, so obviously it's not. So is that something that's going to, you're saying you're looking at that, a lot of these agreements, so that's something that's going to be investigated? Because obviously that has been in place for quite some considerable time, and so I would have thought that the compensatory benefit of that has long passed.
The Regent Theatre's got about 5 different types of agreements with council, ranging from deeds to these grant arrangements and various in between. None of them really talk to each other. The whole system needs unpicked and probably needs brought back to council for consideration, but it's not straightforward.
My other question is probably to the Chief. Going back to my Sunday parking, because I'm very mindful about the ability for our businesses, our retail businesses in particular, to have that turnover of parking, especially on a Sunday, because a lot of employees choose to park on the street, because it's free, and we would like that availability for people to come and to shop in the city. So if we want to include for consultation a Sunday parking fee, is there a way that we can go about that?
You can just resolve to do that. It's a council decision. Yeah.
Right, I think we've covered all the questions. Thank you very much. And we'll now move to, I'd like to move that we adopt the draft operating budgets, funding statement and fees and charges for the long-term plan consultation. Seconded, Councillor Walker, Councillor Vandevers. So who would like to speak?
Mr Mayor, the Deputy Mayor wants to add a fee, I'm thinking.
Oh.
To add a fee for consultation purposes for Sunday parking in the CBD area in particular. I'll have to ask staff to how to write that.
Can we say with the addition of charging for Sunday parking in the CBD?
Oh, in the central city, sorry. A rate, the same as the equivalent of the Saturday rate, which I think is $1.50 an hour.
Yeah.
Is that what I think the Sunday rate is? Saturday rate is equivalent to the Saturday, and for the our parking buildings, because I know the Meridian parking building charges on a Sunday, so
right. To extend
So
weekend parking to Sunday.
So I think there's an easy change to the, just quickly looking to the fees and charges schedule, page 486. If you look, it's off-street meter parking, and how do we change the on-street? So off-street, you would just simply change that to include all days. You remove Sunday and keep public holidays free on that schedule, or not? How do we change, Anna, where is the on-street Sunday? Is there a parking policy that covers that, or is it in here as well?
Very messy.
It is messy. I'm just trying to find it. Metered parking, flat fee.
on page 485 for the buildings, just say where it says car parking building fees hourly, Saturday and Sunday, can we not just, and then delete this, the next bit where it says...
You want the car parking buildings to be included?
Yes.
There's on page 486 further down.
There's also 485.
Yep. So how about we amend, what about it, we make the resolution, amends the fees and charges schedule to allow for charging for parking on Sundays?
Yeah, look, if we get down to trying to knit out...
Yeah, we'll just do that as a full consultation.
Let staff figure it out and spread it from Saturday to Saturday and Sunday. There's 2 or 3 schedules that need changing, so if we just have a generalised thing, what have we got? What have we got? So A 1, 2 and 3. Need a third thing. So, are there any, can wave of hands, anyone who objects to the Sunday charging? Yeah, okay, that's all right. I just wanted to check in case it was even or whatever. Righto.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Councillor.
For the change to that motion, when will that come up? We can speak to that.
In a minute. Yep. If you really want to, you can. We could take it separately. Yep. A and B. All right. So was you're moving it? Yep. So it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Who was the secretary? Councillor Gilbert. So, would you like to speak to it? No? Would anyone like to speak to it? Yes. You can speak to whatever element you want.
Thank you. Okay, yes, I would like to speak to this. I think it's mean-spirited. Businesses are suffering as it is, and I think rates are high enough and increasing, and to be charging for now Sunday parking, which is something that has been free, and encourage people to come into town and spend on the shops that are open. I think it's mean-spirited, unfair and unreasonable, and I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Barker?
I will be supporting it. I have a family member who works on Sundays and spends about 4 hours in a park, which actually means that other people can't access that park and other people can't come and do shopping. So I think that actually it's a good thing that will lead to higher turnover of parks and more people visiting businesses.
Agreed. Councillor Witherall?
I back Councillor Barker's comments entirely. It's not mean-spirited, it's just common sense. The weekend trading as a business owner is very important to the businesses around, and more important than actually a Monday or a Tuesday. So I'm all for this change. I think it's fantastic and long overdue. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley?
I also do not think it is mean-spirited either. And in fact, when you hear a lot of parking reviews we have, it is the business owners that want the parks to turn over. And the other point is this is probably historical when there was actually no Sunday trading. So, you know.
That's right. Councillor Gary?
Oh, look, I fully support this. We're going line by line, and this is the line by line, and finding ways we can generate more revenue, as well as cutting costs. And this is a very small part of it, but this is something we signalled a long time ago, so fully support. Thank you for bringing it to us, Councillor.
Yep. Well done. Councillor Walker?
I just want to put this on the public records forever, to never be extinguished. I agree with Councillor Wetherall.
And look, I've just add a quick comment that I not only agree with Councillor Wetherall, I have been asked by several business owners in the CBD that we have paid Sunday parking because they were actually complaining about their own shop assistants that insisted on parking right outside the shop, and they didn't want to shift, and were taking up valuable shopper space because the whole point of having paid Sunday parking means that the parking up the main street is then available for shoppers who come and park for 15, 20, 30, or even an hour or two and able to go in the shops. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Yeah, just in support of that comment, you'll recall when the George Street work was being done, we had a concession of free parking, the same problem occurred, and people were complaining that there was no churn because staff from the shops next door were taking up the parks that were intended for shoppers. I just hope though, given the inevitable pushback you'll get around this, that we will get around this, that we do some associated marketing, if you like, so that people understand that one of the drivers of decisions around parking is to create that churn so that parks are readily available.
Thank you. We've nothing further to say. Okay, I'll put the motion. I'll take it in two parts. So, part A, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And part B, can we see it? Oh, to include Sunday parking. Okay, so A2. Yes, well, you all know what I meant by part A1. And so part A2, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Yeah, very good. We're done. Thank you. Next item.
Mr Mayor, just briefly, have we dispensed with 20.6 with 3 for or 3 against? because we seem to have, over the last couple of papers, not gone with the once 3 people have spoken in favour of or not in favour of, moving on.
Yeah, but we had someone against. Right, if it's split, then everybody gets a shot. But if we have 3 for a motion or 3 against a motion, then unless there's anybody who wants to speak to the contrary, like if you're going to have a unanimous motion, then you can dispense with speakers.
Sorry, I didn't realise it reset after.
That was the intent. That's the intent of that standing order. Yeah. So if you've got a unanimous, support or antipathy, then you can go with it. You don't need to. Everyone doesn't need to add to the discussion. Anyway, item 20. Should we go to this next, or should we do? Do you want to do regulatory and get that? No, this is Anna again. Okay. Oh, Anna. Yes. All right. Here we go. Public toilets. So we can see the motion in front of us, and so any questions of Ms. Nielsen?
Yeah. And just be clear, there is no motion in front of you yet.
Yes, there is.
Can I just can I just ask?
I think it's here. It's here.
Hello. Can I
motion from councillors about what to do? So there's the staff report at this stage. We have. Did you forward? I can't remember. Did you forward one?
It's on page 487.
Mr. Mayor, I sent through a motion based on the option you're looking at,
yes.
And I've if she would like to move it, and I will second it rather than the original way round.
I'd like to move that we note the report and that the council installs a changing places bathroom in 25-26, including the budget of $750,000 in the 9-year plan.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we're going to questions now.
I have a question. Did we ever do the 6 hours motion? Yes. We did? Oh, yesterday. Oh, this is today.
Same meeting. Yes. It's a valid point, but yeah, it's the same meeting. Good. Questions of Ms. Nielsen. We'll have Deputy Mayor Lucas, then Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. On page 492, paragraph 29, when we're talking about the changing places bathroom and it going at I think it's the current site at the railway station. Am I right in the way I've read this? Is it talking about replacing the current toilet? So, which I know is well used. So, will there be the fully accessible toilet plus other toilet? I just want to be very clear about what the proposal is. Could you just please?
Sure. The proposal is to completely replace, so demolish the toilet that currently sits at the bottom of the stairs that go over the railway station. It is well used. We'd plan to replace it with a facility that has the changing places bathroom, an ambulatory bathroom and an accessible bathroom. So you'd end up with 2 for the public, the accessible and the ambulatory, and then the changing places bathroom as well.
Right, and is it better to demolish and reinstall because of all the facility, the infrastructure, the power and water,
one
sewage?
of the benefits of the site is that the services are already there, and as the report kind of outlines, that's where our cost and delays have been on greenfield sites where we have to start from scratch. And
is it feasible to use local procurement to build those structures, those three facilities?
The toilet program's already been through an open market procurement process back in 2021, I think it was, so we already have a preferred supplier.
Right. Councillor Mayhem.
Is it true, Miss Nielsen, it costs 40 cents every time somebody flushes the toilet?
That I'm not sure where you got that number from, but it sounds very similar to what my team talk about. They talk about a 40 cents a flush is about what it costs when you consider how much we use it and how many cleans are done in the toilets.
So that's $1,000 a day for all the public toilets in the city.
Yeah, if we wanted to cool facts, we do 502 cleans of toilets a week, and they cost about $11.50 on average per clean.
Okay. Councillor Barker, then Councillors Houlihan and Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to dig into the changing places I guess, is that a brand of a brand of toilet, shall I say, run by a company? How does that work?
Yeah, a brand is one way of thinking of it. A franchise is another way. It's a style of facility that's been designed by experts and people who use the facilities.
May I talk about it, Councillor? It was started by a lady in Hamilton who had a severely disabled child, and she's tried to get them rolled out across the country. I think there's one now in the Riccarton Mall in Westfield Mall in Auckland. This would be the first one in the South Island, and it works. So it has a set layout. And in return for agreeing to have the set layout, we call it changing places, and then it is used. The users get access to it regardless of where they are in the country.
So, looking up on the Changing Places website, I know there is 7 in New Zealand and in the North Island, and I saw that people have to pay $150 a tag to use the Changing Places toilet, and my concern was about actually accessibility to an accessible bathroom. I'm very concerned about, I guess, the number of users and who it's possibly cutting out. And if one of the reasons that it was put in there was to enable visitors, and there is a high visitor population that comes, but I can't imagine that they'd be able to apply for a tag and then get posted a tag. So how do people actually get to use it if they don't have the tag and they haven't paid the $150?
Well, my understanding, Councillor, is used by tag, so you do use it by tag. I don't know the ins and outs of how you get the tag, but it is the whole idea is that you can use them wherever you go if you have a child or a family member that is severely disabled.
So when it was looked into and the funding, etc., my concern is that $150 a tag, because I don't know if that's accessible to all families or the process around it. My concern is about that there's a brand or a franchise called Changing Places, and is it possible that we just build an accessible toilet with all of the things in it that a Changing Places toilet needs, the hoist, the changing table, etc., and have our own way of maybe giving people a PIN number or something like that? Have we looked at that as an option?
We could potentially look at that, potentially. But obviously the usage of a PIN number or an access is really critical, because otherwise everybody uses it and then it defeats the purpose of having it. So we certainly could look at that, but we have been talking for a number of years with the Changing Places group. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I've got a bunch of questions. Can I just throw in there, is it possible for us to find out if we can have control over who has access to it? In other words, we can issue our own tags without using the name Changing Places?
Not if we want to call it Changing Places, Mr Mayor. That would be pretty...
That's right. So maybe we could call it something else and have control. And just to investigate the difference between, could we do that, please?
We can't call it Changing Places and do that, but we... the design. Oh, okay. So the design is a Changing Place design as well.
So the design and specific layout and facilities within it is a Changing Places bathroom. So they've got rights to that.
But the issue is we're limiting access to a whole lot of people that might have need for it and don't want to spend $150. So can we?
It's not. I mean, there are other options, Mr Mayor. We could consider.
Can we just have a look at that? Because we can't decide it here, and we don't know, haven't done any investigation, right? Can we just have a wee look? Yeah. And we can get on with the next question. Councillor Houlihan is next, followed by Councillors Gary, O'Malley and Lafiso.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask about the St Leonard's toilet? What is happening now? Is it just sitting there? How do we get that in the budget? Do we do that now, or what is the process with that? And is it still held up with a rail, some issue with what? Can we?
Sure. So the public toilets program is paused at the moment because we don't have the funding to continue. one of your options is to put the funding in for the changing places bathroom. If you want to put in funding for other options, that's up to yourselves. The St Leonard's toilet was going to be a subject of a future report because it is considerably more than budgeted, and it has taken considerably longer. That as we've tried to work through options for potential sites on the peninsula, which we have two, both of them are considerably more than budget and considerably more than what other toilets have cost because of the services.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you for your work on this report. It seems extraordinary to be revisiting this so many years later, but I wanted to ask a question. Do you know if the system that's used with the tags is similar to like parking permits that people apply for, pay money for, and they can use anywhere in the country? So same sort of concept, I'm assuming. Would that be the case, Mr. West?
Without knowing the detail, I guess that it probably is. And I would just point out, I think, that the usage is international, so it's not just within New Zealand.
So, and are you aware that it's very likely that someone with a disabled family member would have the likes of individualised funding where they could actually use some of that funding for such a tag? So there is, are you aware of that?
I'm not, but there's potential, I guess. I don't know the details of what you can...
I can tell you that is the case.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
I think it's been traversed quite heavily, but I'm interested to know basically, firstly, copyright law is pretty weak in the best of times, and even patent law, skilled in the art is the thing there, so I'm not really sure if we would be prohibited from moving forward with a similar design. My question really is, at 750,000, how much is that because we are using the name, and how much of that is simply it would cost you to build this anyway, no matter what name you used?
So what it's a couple of years since I've spoken with the group that run the program, but they don't take any profit from the work. They're actually about getting facilities in the community across the country and internationally for people with severe disabilities.
So I guess the comfort would come from clarifying that that is in fact the case, and then there'd be no more debate from that point on. So I'm wondering if we just get that clear information.
I can tell you for certain we do not pay changing places in order to have a changing places bathroom. But I just encourage you to think about the relationship that's been formed over a number of years with this group and with DIAG and the good faith relationship that we've had.
I sat with the DPA for 2-3 years and I got DIAG rerunning, so I'm quite aware of DIAG. I'm actually just asking that one question, and apparently you've answered it, so it would be nice to get like absolute clarity that if we were to just go up, photograph everything in Hamilton and then go, can we make this down here, ignoring and did everything wrong, we did everything wrong, broke everything, we still couldn't build it for we'd still end up paying 750,000 to put it in. Is that more or less the answer?
We would never encourage staff to knowingly...
I'm asking a very theoretical question. I'm not asking us to do that. I'm actually saying if we just completely ignored everything, we still couldn't build it for any cheaper. That's actually the question. And therefore, the relationship with changing places is not influencing the outcome in terms of the cost. That's what I'm really asking.
And also, it's quite an important consideration. Councillor Gary mentioned that anybody can get a tag and can get funding.
Yeah, no. So I think a lot of concerns are being answered right here and now.
That's
and
right.
It would just be nice to get them all knocked off, and then there's no concerns.
Yeah. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I just about to send. It's not a question per se. It's just I'm about to send an interview by Karen Hay in 2021, celebrating our decision to put in a changing places bathroom, and you listen to it, which I did as part of the reading, and you can see the process, and it is a lifetime tag, but no person with a disability pays to get the tag. the funding is accessed for them. And so just have a listen to the interview and read the article. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find, so for the St Leonard's toilet, what is that was 200 initially. Now there's several different costs along here. I'm not sure which one relates to that. How much would it be now in the altered position?
We haven't got finalised costs for it. That was going to be part of the report coming to council, but to give you an indication, they're in the order of 500 to 600,000 for a 2-stall toilet.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I think Councillor O'Malley has asked the key question that I wanted, but just for clarity, the 750,000 is for 3 toilets.
Yes.
Well, that's a significant question. All right. So, okay, so we're finished with questions. Councillor Vandevers.
In terms of providing toilets to the public, and I accept that this is a quite specific kind of toilet, but in terms of considering toilets to the general public, have you looked at the complete double toilet units with hand basins that arrive from China, able to be plumbed in directly, that only cost between $7,000 and $8,000 for a whole unit?
Yes, I have looked at those. I guess we've gone through an open procurement process which outlined the outcomes that we were looking for, and the whole market was encouraged to submit on that. We got quite a number of submitters, and the preferred supplier that met all our needs in terms of the ability to deliver, the maintenance ongoing, the warranties for the products as well. They were selected as our preferred supplier. They do supply, I think, 75 or 85% of local governments throughout New Zealand.
So it's not really a concern of yours that we are spending $750,000 on 3 toilets when we could actually supply 100 toilets of a lesser specification for the same money?
So the changing places toilet was a decision of staff, and it is a very specific design for a bathroom. Changing places bathroom, very specific design. The questions you're asking about the broader toilet program are different, but this is not a standard bathroom.
But also the other
and
various
it's a decision
toilets
of
have been
council.
considered. All toilets have been considered, so we know where we're at. It's been considered and taken into account. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Like many others, some of the answers that have come through have clarified some of the questions in my head. But part of the confusion that I've had is actually around the use of the singular for the installation of a changing places bathroom. Now I understand that further on we start talking about, and it's come clear that it's 3, but what everybody knows is bathrooms, one of which is a changing places bathroom. I wonder whether there's any ability to be able to tweak so that it's a little bit clearer. So that would be down to... Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think it makes a binding difference. We're going to get the 3, and that's the resolution to get it.
It does from the public.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whether it continues to say including 3.
Okay, can I make a suggestion of installation of a changing places bathroom suite of 3 facilities?
Yeah, but they're not all...
It's a suite, but there's different...
2 public, 1 changing places needs to be clarified, is, I guess, my point.
Say underneath that, install notes, the changing places bathroom will include whatever it includes.
Yeah, there you go.
Ambulatory and accessible toilets.
Yeah.
And
So
a
we'll
changing
include
places.
3 facilities, yeah?
Yes.
See, the changing place and bathroom will include 3 facilities, 1, 2, 3. Yep. All right?
Will include...
Does that need to go into the resolution now? Yes.
We're writing it, but if you let us just, while you debate, we'll
Okay.
tweak the wording.
So we know how it's going to be. I think we're reasonably happy. It's been moved by Councillor Gary and seconded by Councillor
Been moved
Mayhem.
by
Oh, it was moved
Councillor
by Councillor
Mayhem and seconded by me.
That's right. So we've got no more questions. One more question, Councillor.
It wasn't just about changing places toilets, it's also about public toilets. And I just am aware that public toilets are always very popular, especially for community boards who all want them in their areas. And we've got the toilet matrix, and we've also got a list of toilets that we were going to deliver, and now we're not going to put any more money into delivering public toilets, any more public toilets. So I just wonder, there has to be peak toilet. Have we reached peak toilet numbers for a city our size? Like, do we generally have, and I know I'm asking for I'm trying to ask this in a way that doesn't ask for your opinion, but maybe comparing to another city, do we have a good, reasonable number of public toilets per head of population? Sorry, that's hard at the end of the day.
I just don't have that information. The standard, the New Zealand standard for public toilets doesn't set out any guidance like that.
So is there any funding for toilet infrastructure for tourism? Because a lot of these places that I see on page 499 are in places where visitors go, and I think that the community boards it's the old infrastructure problem, they're hit by a lot of visitors coming in, they need the toilets. So do you know, and there was funding, do you know if there is any funding for public toilets? And I guess I'm asking this about, because sometimes do we need, like the road stuff, do we need to have them in our plan in order to apply for the funding, or do we just have them in order in case some funding magically appears?
I'm not aware of any co-funding options for toilets or under tourism or otherwise.
I think there was under some funding arrangement under Freedom Camping possibly a few years ago. I seem to recall when I was in parks, but I don't think there is.
Right, done. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm looking at possibly sending through an amendment about the St Leonard's toilet. However, what can you just give me an idea what's included in the report? If I wait for that, is it giving us options to get the toilet in, or do we go now? What's your advice on that, please?
That report's been put on hold because of the changes to the toilet program overall.
No report coming on the St Leonard's toilet. So
unless council vote to put money back in for new public toilets, and then we would put a report forward, but not at this stage.
No, microphone.
can I put an amendment into this motion for the St Leonard's? Would that be suitable to the mover at all? Is an option to...
So if you would like to move an amendment, you can do it in two ways. You can seek to amend the substantive motion with the leave of the mover and seconder, or you could do a subsequential motion where you look to add into the toilets program an additional public toilet for St Leonard's.
Could we get a very quick break to put something together for that?
There's no such thing as a very quick break.
Okay.
Yep. So, Councillor Deputy Mayor Lucas, yep. Question.
Sorry, because I'm very reluctant to add into the capital program, and now that I've ascertained that this is 750 is for 3 toilets. So, on page 494, on paragraph 45, the current draft capital budget includes renewals of 2.3 million. So, effectively, 2 of these toilets are renewals that were of the 750,000. Correct?
Yes. I need to bring the renewals funding forward to enable this, but yes, 2 of the toilets are renewals because there's 2 toilets there already, and then the changing places toilet itself is new.
So what I'm looking at is if we've already got money in the renewals budget, that effectively should cover the cost of renewing the toilets that are there? And also, on with that, as part of that, is the increase in rates annually 61,000? Because have we not already got in our budget the costs of operating the 2 toilets that are there? See what I'm, because I can't understand that it'll be 61,000 for one toilet.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think how to. Yeah, and you're right. So there's, can I just talk it through? And sorry, hopefully I don't lose myself in. So 2 of them are renewals, and there is renewal funding. I can't just bring it forward because we need the renewals funding to maintain our existing toilets. So when hand dryers go and when people break toilets and do stupid things. So I need to balance that out to bring that funding forward. Yes, there's maintenance budget in there for the current toilets that are there. There is not interest in depreciation. So for even the renewals, so we'd need to borrow to do the, or however you fund that. I'd look at Carolyn for that. But in a nutshell, all that we have in our current operating budget is the funding to maintain the 2 toilets that are there, not pay any interest or depreciation on new toilets.
I don't know that part.
We're just going to get tangled up here, and then we need an amendment, a proposed amendment that we can vote on to whether to put it in or not, and then we get this one done. So I know, and then it means we'll get nothing else considered before 5:30. Right? Well, if we can be quick with the amendment, what's
yep. So if we go to June, there's a good reason. If we could have some time to just run through it with Councillor Houlihan, we might be able to come up with a different approach.
That's right. So I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And speaking to it is Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you very much. In my role as the Disability Issues Advisory Group Chair, it's been raised with me that this is something to fight for. The Changing Places bathrooms are so much more than accessible toilets. They enable freedom to those living with disabilities to fully interact with our community, and facilities that mean they don't need to worry about a loo. Imagine not being able to shop, socialise or travel without access to a toilet that meets your needs. Standard accessible toilets do not provide changing benches or hoists. They're too small to accommodate more than one person. Without a changing place, a person with disabilities is put at risk. Families are forced to risk their own health and safety by changing their loved ones on the toilet floor. This is dangerous, unhygienic and undignified. Everyone has a right to live in this community, to move around within it and all of its facilities. There are not enough changing places bathrooms across the country. Providing this will make a dramatic difference to the lives of thousands of people, and it will be the first one for the South Island. From the members of People First, their motto, nothing about us without us. Today I'm their voice at the table. My name is Karina Wilson. I'm a wheelchair user and my husband Peter is my full-time carer. I require him to lift me. Finding a clean and accessible toilet in the city is really stressful for us. Sometimes with my health issues and the lack of an accessible toilet has stopped us from going out. Having a clean, safe, hygienic, accessible bathroom in the city would make our lives so much easier. PACT Group say that they can definitely support this statement with their experience of supporting wheelchair users in the community. If a wheelchair user who needs a support, a hoist or a larger changing table wants to go to the city, they have to plan their outings entirely around their bathroom needs. They will need to use a bathroom with equipment before they leave and plan their trip not to be too long so they can get back to the equipment to use the toilet. This limits clients with outings to the city of being 1 to 3 hours maximum. They have to watch their fluid intake while they're out. We're also aware that many family members who use current facilities have to lift their family member from the chair to the toilet, which is very risky to both parties, but they are left with no choice. Having a changing spaces bathroom available in the city will make the city and community events vastly more accessible for people that need them. Changing places toilets and bathrooms are designed to meet the needs of people with complex access requirements. They're not like standard toilets. They have more space, equipment and essential features such as height adjustable changing beds, a peninsula toilet and a ceiling hoist. These adaptations make it possible for individuals with limited mobility who depend on their carers to use the toilet in safety and in comfort. This is important because every day, millions of people step outside of their homes to explore the world around them. 1 in 3 people suffer from a disability. Many of those people have hidden disabilities. You may not know if a person has a catheter or a stoma and they need even a place with a shelf where they can put their equipment while they're in the bathroom. It's about dignity and respect, inclusion, accessibility, independence and freedom. This could be a difference between staying at home and getting out. Knowing that they can access toilets empowers disabled people to explore new places, engage in social activities and live more independently.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I asked Councillor Mayhem if she would actually move it because she is the chair of that particular group. And I thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for your articulate advocacy. I never thought it would take this long to deliver a changing places toilet, and that is absolutely no criticism of our staff. There was COVID, there was all of the complications with the location and so forth. But when we first suggested it, and it had come to me through a young woman who was a carer for a family with 2 children who are around the age of my daughter, late 20s, disabled, extremely disabled, wheelchair users, and the family had travelled to Australia, and she commented to me that they'd had an amazing time because they had access to changing places toilets. And I further researched it and then raised it with staff who then have made this happen over a number of years, and a number of staff, so I thank them for that. I was then extremely proud of my colleagues in council for
for committing to this. I'm astonished that, you know, we have to relitigate it, but that's the way it's panned out. And I thank Councillor Lucas for highlighting that it's 3 for 1 or 1 for 3 or whatever, because that does make it more palatable, doesn't it, financially? However, in this budget, there's a lot of cuts that affect disabled people, and I really urge you to honour our disabled community. Often, as Councillor Mayhem says, the disabilities are hidden, and you don't know the struggles that people have. And so this really speaks to our core values, and I urge you to vote for it because it says something about who we appreciate and care for and value, and the most vulnerable in our society.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just very briefly, it surprises me also that it's taken us so long to meet our previous commitment, and I really want to thank staff. The report makes it quite clear what the difficulties were. Colleagues, I know you're all having difficulties with the cost of plumbing. They are universal, but I think the effort of staff, thank you, has come up with a really good solution by finding an appropriate location, and I think now we just need to get on with it. I'm really glad to see this back on the table.
So we've had 3 in favour. Is there someone against? Councillor Vandervis.
$750,000 for 3 toilet bathroom units, to me, is simply unaffordable. It's not surprising to me that no other city in the South Island has done it. We have the lowest per capita disposable income of any city in the country. We are not in a position where we should be spending this incredible level of money on 3 toilets that could actually buy 100 standard double toilet units with hand basins for the same money. It's been said that we need to honour our disabled community. I believe we need to honour our obligation to the majority of Dunedin ratepayers who simply shouldn't be asked to provide this level of funding for toilets that most of us will never use.
Thank you. No further speakers. I'm going to add my very brief comment. I've had a lot of interaction with the disability community, mobility community, councillors. Had a lot of interaction with the mobility community, and the thing is, this facility will be well used and very much appreciated. We've voted for it lots and lots of times, but each site that we've chosen has been unsuitable, and I think this site is a very excellent site because, especially in conjunction with 2 other loos, there's car parking, very, typically available at most hours, and right by the railway station it will service, it will cater for a lot of needs, especially out of towners, and it'll be easy for them to find. Having said that, I don't think there's any more for you to say as a Councillor Mayhem. Goodness.
Just very quickly, thank you, Councillor Gary, for your sentiments around caring for the most vulnerable in our society, and Councillor Benson-Pope, you're right, plumbing is very expensive. Councillor Vandervis, I sit here at this table as a representative for all minority groups, an accessible, welcoming and inclusive city for all of our residents. Mr Mayor, you're right, it is a great location, and the Disabilities Advisory Group have seen the plans for this. They're very happy and they cannot wait for it to happen. By installing a changing places bathroom, we send a powerful message that we are welcoming and accommodating everybody in our city. This inclusivity allows people who use changing places bathrooms to take place in everyday activities. This can mean the world of difference to our community, and I thank you all to vote in favour for this. Let these people maintain their dignity and their hygiene when they go out and about in our wonderful city. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, again, recorded, please.
There's only 1 against. Oh, 2 against? Oh, do it. I didn't hear someone call for division. Then we're going to do division. There we go. Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, oh look.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
And Mr Mayor.
Yes. Aye.
Sorry, I was
Aye.
losing.
Okay,
who
thank
was.
you, carried. Okay, so I'm just gonna have it poll the room, because I think there's one other that we could get done, sports field fees and charges. I wish to put the motion that we, part 2, increase sport fields fees and charges to 5% user pays, up from 4, and there's a bit more equity across the system. Is there a whole lot of people, does anybody find that contentious or have a whole lot of questions? This is on page 546. If it's not contentious, then we can get through that in a very short order. I would like to think it is page 546, item 24, because, boy, we've got half the agenda to get through tomorrow, so we'll be here till midnight tomorrow. Today we've got 7 minutes, and we can do it. Yes, option 2. Seconded. Okay. So it doesn't look particularly contentious. So are there any questions of Heath, Mr. Ellis, and Ms. Rakaira? I see no questions. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your patient waiting. Okay, so I'll move that we maintain the sports fields at 95%, 5% user pays. It's been seconded, and so by Councillor Walker. Yep, and speaking of this, I think it's only practical. Most of them are paying close to 5% anyway. It's very unfair on those who are paying less. They all need to come up to the mark, and we have a consistent, this gives us a bit of consistency across all the various playing fields, and Lord knows they're heavily subsidised as they are. Anyone else got anything to say? No. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Phew, there we are. And I think that's it, because everything else has got debate. Sorry? 5 minutes. You want to try for one more? Meeting schedule. Okay. What event number is it?
539. Volume 2, 539 is the meeting schedule.
Volume 2, 539. Yes, I saw that. Part 2, 539. Yes, I did see that. Page 539 and 570 approves the revised meeting schedule. Did anyone have any questions about the meeting schedule?
This is Councillor simply fixing a procedural irregularity. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Collectively, we attached the wrong schedule to the last thing that you approved. This is to give effect to what was intended.
So nothing easier than this. I move that we approve the revised meeting schedule as attached. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Okay. Any comment? I've got no comment to make. Hear none. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Are there any others we can identify? Sorry?
Road closures.
Right, yes, road closures. Let's do that. That'll be near the end.
See if you can get it done before the train gets to the table.
558, item 50. Happy to move. Sorry, please keep quiet. Please keep quiet. Are there any questions? I see none. Excellent. So moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Are there anything you have to say? No. Does anyone have anything to say? No. In which case I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Are there any others? We've got 5 minutes. It'd be good if we could do a few at this pace. So, public consultation dates for the draft waste management. Well, we've done that. Yep, we've done that. Updated meeting schedule. Rates remission and postponement. No. Compliance with the revenue and finance policy. That should be straightforward. Should we have a go? Compliance with the revenue and financing policy. Is there any contentious issues there? Okay, let's look. 491. Yeah, item 45. Page 491 in volume 2. I think that should be reasonably straightforward. Yes. So I'm going to the same thing. We're leaving at 5:30. Oh, okay. Do you want to? Well, we're going to do one last item. Well, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, we can do it without you. Sorry. What is it? 495. Where? What is it? Okay. Compliance with revenue and finance policy. Okay. There's a few updates in here. Does anyone have any particular questions they've figured out? No. That's good. No questions. Who was going to move this? Compliance with revenue and finance policy. Probably should be someone from Finance Committee. Moved by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Seconded by Councillor Barker. Do you have any comments to make on it? Okay. Does anyone have any comments to make on it? No, I see none. Therefore, the motion is that Council approves the updates to the revenue policy for the following activities and notes the compliance report. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 45. Coming back one. I think 44 is also about policy. What number? There's quite a substantial policy, 44, but it's largely administrative. This is the Treasury Risk Management Policy Review.
This is one, some of these, I think, Mr Davies is there, and these are significant.
You might have questions. Well, people will have questions.
Yeah. They may or may not, but this, I would suggest, would probably... Yeah, quit while you're ahead. That's
okay,
right.
No questions.
And if I could, Mr Mayor and Councillors, what we will do now shortly is, because we've got managing staff as well as councillors and timeframes with the 8:30 start, and it being the start of the school year for some as well tomorrow with managing that, we will look to send out a draft proposed run order for tomorrow once we've checked staff availability, if that's all right with councillors. So we will go through and identify all those items that have yet to be considered and then send a proposed run order, which of course will be subject to your confirmation, but it will be based on staff availability and pragmatism.
And be aware, there's quite a lot of contentious issues tomorrow, so we really have to make a much better effort to be concise. We've got half the agenda still to get through of 50 items, so it's feasible, but it's all down to how much we talk.
And councillors, the staff are available this evening if you want to email or text through any proposed amendments or motions that you wish to make, because having them in advance would be helpful.
Yes, well, I think, anyway, well done. See you all in the morning, 8:30. Yeah, adjourn the meeting till 8:30 tomorrow morning. Seconded. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Yes, thank you.